Well, that was quite the song. Oops. Oh no. Spoilers. Hello, everybody. I don't usually like to start sitting, but I have a cat next to me. I tried to put the microphone next to him because he was purring, but I don't know if that's the background music you heard or if it was me moving around the mic to try to get to him, to try to capture his purrs. No! Really? Just because the door closed? Cat! You were so cute, sitting next to me and purring. My goodness. Well, never mind. I guess we're standing after all. Yeah, banjo intensifies. Amazing. I'm the choo-choo. Why are you the choo-choo? But yes, welcome, Bitzer. Hello, Bitzer's the first one in today. Solo Adrian, Ghoulish Misfit, Aerith Winterfell, and we have a subscription from both Ghoulish and Deathshead. Thank you so much. Nightwolf, and I don't know if I said Deathshead's name already. I mean, I think I said you subscribed, but I didn't know. I don't know if I said you were here. But hello. And there is a nice beefy cheer to start us off. So it seems like that cheer itself got us a first hype train, which is awesome. We have Magistrate Ironlung and Norman and Marx. Hello, everybody. Oh no, I guess Ghoulish was the first one in. You were in before I was, because you were above the new line. Awesome. One encore unlocked. Well, how great is that? That's wonderful. Alrighty-roo. Well, if you're new here, then I was gonna say you're not out of luck, because that's what I'm programmed to say for the backup readings. If you're new here, you're not out of luck. I have an explanation for you. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week on Friday, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. The other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering, which Wolf has so graciously done so far. And it's appreciated when you do that all around. It is appreciated by the people who get their stories read. It is appreciated by me. It's just a really nice thing to do. So you can unlock 4 stories, and we have a calculating Deathshead, Wolf, and MakerCam who will calculate when we have unlocked a story. No, I still have not gotten the Moth Encore bar back up. I tried to figure out how to fix the Twitch chat, and I don't know how to fix it. It's like, I don't even know how to go about fixing it. Like, first of all, it will not go back to what it used to be. It's staying like this. I did not crop it. So, like, I literally hit reset and there's no cropping on it, but it's still squunched. And so I can't even get it back to what it used to be to try and, I don't know, mess with it a second time, but mess with it better. And yeah, it's just late. It's just late. I don't know if there's other problems to it besides that, but yeah, so if anybody knows how to go about trying to fix the problems, then do tell me, because I tried to take a look at it and didn't know what to do. But anywho, oh yes, to be in the guaranteed submissions, do not let me forget to talk about the other streamers' new role after this. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Okay. If you'd like to be a guaranteed submitter, so we have some different supporter tiers. We have the Bookworm tier, that is the $3 tier. It gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions when you post. Then our Cocooned tier gets all those things, and you will be in the guaranteed when you submit your story, and you can submit 3 submissions. Then the Transform one gets all those perks. You can submit 4 submissions. Your prompts can be 7 words. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat is automatically added to the final poll, and then you can have a universe tag if you so desire, but you do have to DM me for those. That is what the Corrupted Desire or Heavenbound or Overly Familiar tags are. And then you get access to little wizard cat emojis, and the higher the tier, the more the emoji. And as for the new role, yes, okay, that's quite simple. I don't know how well you can read that. Let's see if I can make it bigger. I've added a new role upon request, which is that, so you'll see in the promotion channel that we'll have, Death's Head and Mysten will stream sometimes, and that is what that role is for. So they can use that tag and ping people when they go live. So anybody who wants to view their writing streams can. So if you would like to be pinged, then hit yes, and you will get the other streamers' role. Yeah. Trying to think if there's any other new stuff I need to tell people about. Why are we wooing in the chat, Drago? But hello. Okie dokie. So our prompt for this week was, "You're a god, I'm not." Quite the wacky and wonderful prompt. We've got some very different and very interesting stories today. Some people went pretty poetic with it, some people went cute with it, some people went dark with it. So it's going to be a good time. But without further ado, our list is Marx, Adrian Solorio, Hellenic Taoist, myself, and a potential bonus 5th. Then for the Encores, we have Mysten Noire, Spectre, Drago, and Azo. So, Mysten, you were a bookworm when the stories were picked. I did see that you're a cocooned now, so I moved you to the very top, but you're in the generals because you were yesterday, because you were when the stories were picked. And yes, I have prepped a potential 5th story, but whether or not we read that potential bonus 5th depends entirely on if we have the time and energy. Last night, I finished early my practice, and so I was like, that might mean we have enough time for a 5th, but I don't know that I'll finish early today. I don't know how long the discussion will be here, especially because I don't practice mine in the same way that I practice others, and so mine could add extra time that was not in the practice. But yeah, something's practiced, something's prepped if we have the time and energy to do that. Also, I think I did say this last week as well, but thank you guys so much. I'm so happy that I'm not having to, for these last couple weeks, I've not had to remind people, hey, please do your reviews because we don't have enough stories. I'm happy that we have the option to have a bonus 5th. So thank you guys so much for participating and submitting and reviewing and being on top of things. Really appreciate that. I am a bit curious. I don't know if I asked this last week, but is there a particular reason that more of you are participating than were? Is it just that the Christmas holidays are over and so now you have more time to write? Is it that, it's January and you're ready to start writing anew? Is it something else? I'd love to know so that if I can replicate it in the future, I can replicate it. Is there a cat meowing or not? Am I hearing things? Oh, there is a cat. Hello. Sorry. Yeah, I stepped on the trash. Come on, kitty. Come inside all the way.
Yes. Oh, the kitty. He's so cute. Oh, he purring. Oh, he purring immediately.
Oh, Norman, thank you so much for the beefy cheer yourself. Is that was that one encore unlocked from Wolf, from Norman, or from Wolf, or from both of them? Writers group where writers write. What is this strange new phenomenon? Unfortunately, true. Era says, for me, it's not being tied up with Christmas stuff in real life. That's why I'm more writing capable. That's very fair. And thus it says both. Gotcha. Alrighty, room.
Yes, cat.
But yeah, let's just go for it. Even though I feel like I'm forgetting something, let's just begin, and hope I remember in the future. I'm still learning things I ought to know by now. Overly familiar. Ending universe number 2. Marx. Hi, Layla. Layla opened her eyes at the familiar voice, quickly wiping her fallen tears away. Hi, Matt, right? Matt nodded, offering a warm smile. Layla looked around the church, and just like every other time she talked to this Matt, no one seemed to pay him much attention. You seem troubled, he said. Layla looked around again. I only ever see you in this church, and you only ever seem to talk to me, always when I'm distraught. And praying. Matt chuckled. To be fair, I talk to everyone. Maybe not as directly as you, but still. Are you... Layla gulped, ashamed to even ask the question, coming out as a whisper. Are you God? Matt laughed. How do you define God? Do we exist because of you? How do you define exist? Layla pursed her lips. He had this funny way of looking at her. It was both calming, like fitting together a missing piece of a puzzle, while also being frustrating, because she was never privy to the big picture of that puzzle. Matt looked up thoughtfully. Your soul existed in the world before this one. I didn't create it. I simply ensured you lived in this world as well. I could explain more, but you're mortal in this world. Your mind can only comprehend so much. And while I'll never lie to you, you never remember it when I tell you these things. Layla blinked. Was I not mortal in the other world? Matt smiled. What troubles you, Layla? Layla's eyes narrowed, but she conceded. Why are people so cruel? Why do they make it so hard to be kind? Matt sighed. Humans are capable of great acts of kindness and despicable acts of cruelty. Their free will to do either makes them special. Your choice to be kind is part of your beauty. Continue to be kind. Continue to be beautiful. Layla blushed. Matt, what was our relationship in this other world? Matt chuckled, answering the question. Layla's eyes widened in shock, but after he left, she couldn't recall what he actually said. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
My cat. My darling cat. The blue throne is available to you. The blue throne is available today. Why are you not taking the opportunity? Oh, he purr. Can you hear him? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Purr, baby. Purr, baby. Hello, Corianne. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Here, can I move it so you can better see him as I'm... Oh, no, as I move it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Happy boy.
Oh, no. That's good. You heard it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay, hold on.
cat.
Yeah, he just coughs sometimes. Actually, we actually went to the vet this week, and he's fine. Just coughs it sometimes and is pretty sneezy. He's pretty sneezy. We got some medicine that'll hopefully help this get better, but right now he doesn't have it in his system. Alrighty, room. Well, I've not been as good about directly asking this, but as with many of Marx's stories, my question is, to those who do not know Marx's universe, then, or his many universes at this point, did you understand what was going on? Did you feel like you were confused about anything because you haven't been previously introduced to the story? Also, so I think that I asked this a long time ago, and I think people said it was fine, but, well, there's a reason I'm asking this, but I'll ask the question, which is, I sway a lot when I'm standing. I just struggle to stand still. And nobody has mentioned it, and so either that means it does not bother you guys, or you're just nice, and it does bother you, but you're not going to mention it. So, my question is it annoying that I sway back and forth all the time? The reason I ask is because, as I think most, if not all of you know, I am working on making reaction videos, and I'm starting with Arcane, and so I recorded, so I have watched all of it, I have recorded all the videos, and now I'm in the editing stage, so I am editing some of the videos, and I don't know if I'm going to keep doing it, but I have been showing them to my parents to like, proof, to kind of be, okay, like, you spent too long on this should be taken out, you know, that kind of thing. And my mom got very sick by the fact that I was swaying so much. And I was like, oh crap, I do that all the time. And then I started doing it now, and I was like, I do that on all my streams. Like, is this a problem all the time? And they're just too nice to say anything. I feel like it, and you guys of course can tell me when the videos come out, but I feel like it might be more of a problem in the reaction videos because I'm much bigger. Like, well, I don't know if you'll be able to see me, but I showed you last stream, I turned on that camera, but I take up most of the screen, and then the show is just like in the corner, like where the chat box is, and so I can see me swaying, you know, taking up half the screen, being much more annoying in when I'm bigger. Okay, I currently have 4 It Doesn't Bother Me, or I've never noticed, so that's good. While I'm at it, I will ask, I don't know if I should ask this in the midstream question, but I might forget, so I'll ask for now. So I'm not very good with coming up with a consistent streaming schedule because streaming is live, and it means that my mood or what I'm doing throughout the week or that particular day will affect whether or not I can stream that day. And so I don't really want to say, oh, I will stream at this time every Tuesday and Thursday, when knowing how I work, I can't really guarantee that. But the nice thing about pre-recording stuff like reaction videos means I can post things on a consistent schedule. So I'm excited about being able to do that. However, even though right now I have 18 episodes to, actually it might be 19 because one might be split. But I have a lot of episodes pre-recorded, and so I can, you know, bundle them all up and post them very regularly. That doesn't necessarily mean I will be able to do that for the foreseeable future, you know, years later. So just starting with that, like, I can kind of post like the Arcane stuff on whatever schedule I want. You know, I can, and I was thinking that what I would do is just post either once a week or once every other week. Because if I post once every other week, that could set me up for the future to... Because I want to have multiple channels. I want to have my literature channel where I'm going to take like the Pride and Prejudice streams and break them up into chapters so it's much more manageable. So it would be, you know, an edited video just of chapter 1 that would probably be like 20 or 30 minutes and stuff like that. So that'll go over on that channel. And then I want to do some gaming stuff as well. I don't know how I will manage all that or if I will, but that's the plan. So if I did it like, posting a reaction video every other week, that can mean on the off weeks I could post a different kind of video. But none of those are ready yet. Nothing else is ready to go. This is my entire focus right now. And then the third thing about this, sorry if I'm boring you, but the third thing about all this is that because I'm just starting out, the first reactions are not as good. And so I don't love the fact that, you know, let's say I did go for that schedule of every other week. I'd post the first reaction video, and I don't think it's gonna be as good as my later reaction videos because it's my first reaction, because I'm not yet familiar with the format. And so as I keep watching and reacting, I get a lot better about reacting and making jokes and stuff like that. And so I could, to try to combat the fact that the early videos aren't going to be as good, I could like post twice a week or once per day, like season 1, and then maybe do season 2 like every week or every other week or something like that. And so basically my question is, which of those would you vote for? And potentially more importantly, if, say, I started out by posting twice a week, if I soon after that went down to every other week, would you be super annoyed? Would you be like, oh, like this YouTuber had this consistent schedule and it was wonderful, but now they're posting so late apart. Unfollow, unsubscribe, you know, that kind of thing. And so yeah, what are your thoughts? What are your votes? Do you think it would be better to start out, you know, spread out, or maybe start posting closer together and then spread out after that? I mean, I guess I could slowly do it. I could do like every day for a little bit, and then like 3 times a week, and then twice a week, and then once a week, and then once every other week. I don't know. Just spitballing here. Let's see about the swaying stuff. Massa said, not annoying to me. A lot of times I'm listening in and have my eyes on something else, but I at least subconsciously noticed it because now that you mention it, I recall you do this while you talk in previous videos. Gula says, trust me, if I had my camera on when we play games, you'd see me get up and sit down multiple times. Very fair. Marx, I think about the schedule. No, that wouldn't bother me. I like it when people post on a schedule, but I get that the schedule might change. I do like the gradual spacing apart. Gotcha. So you do kind of like the every day, like 3 times a week, twice a week. If I do that, I might not start with every day, but that's good to know that gradual might work a little bit better. But yes, you guys can feel free to continue answering that question, but for now I will start talking about Marx's story. Alrighty-roo, and I know Marx himself had some questions. So, Toast Medium questions. This is the first time I've written in this universe. For those familiar with the world, it's basically one where Matt embraced his destiny, wiped the hard drive of the universe, and rebooted it as the primary user. 1. Does the story work without knowing Matt and Layla and their previous relationship? 2. How well did I get across that Matt and Layla were incredibly close in the previous world? 3. How does Matt come across? 4. Are there any glaring questions you had that would have made the story better if addressed? And then, do you still want me to say question 5? Because you seem to have gone with my answer to question 5, and I do feel, I don't know, I guess that warms my heart that I could help you if that is the case. But yeah. Ghoulish says, just go once a week, maybe occasionally twice a week for a special thing. Gotcha. I give thee my Bezos bucks for a 10th month. I appreciate your Bezos bucks, Eddie. Oh yeah, I guess the other question regarding all the questions is, and granted, like, I'm asking people who already know me and like my content, so you guys might have different answers than random strangers. But, like, if I post, my first reaction video and it's not so great, would you be like, oh yeah, I'm not really into this content of Kaylie's, I don't think she does a good job with this, and then you would proceed to not continue to watch them? Or would you go, oh yeah, like, she's just starting out, it's not going to be as good, I'm ready to get to, I guess the other part of it is that, so I can't remember if I said this in a previous stream, but basically, I already watched season 1 when it came out 3 years ago, but I forgot something important, and so it made me go, I think I need to rewatch it, so I just turned on the camera and allowed myself to talk and react for season 1. But reacting to something I've already seen is different from actually reacting to something I'm seeing for the first time. And so I think that the season 2 reactions are a lot better because I have never watched it, and so you're actually getting my full first time reaction to it. Basically the question would be, oh yeah, like, maybe this isn't as good because, she has already watched this, she's just starting out, I'm ready to wait to get to season 2, So, yeah, basically the question is, would you give me a chance if my first videos were not as good? Mark says, you're very helpful, yes, and you don't need to read that one anymore, True. Gotcha. That's completely fair, Death said. Ghoulish says, I think if people see potential or connect to your personality, that won't matter. And to be honest, that's fair. Yeah, I hope that would be the case. I hope people would enjoy my personality. But basically the question that Marx had was, the prompt was actually submitted based on this song. So the song is "You're a God" by Vertical Horizon. He wanted to use a lyric from the song, but couldn't figure out which one. And so I suggested this one, and the next day I saw he changed it, and I was like, "Aw, I helped." All right. But anyways, so finally, to get to the story, I really enjoyed this story. This story hit me in all the right ways. Like I said in my review, once I got to the end, I was tearing up, and we'll talk about that. I don't even completely know why it hit me in the way it did, but this one just got me. So I liked it a lot. But that also kind of, I feel like that's part of why I'm very curious if people who don't know the universe got it, because it touched me, because I know the history and the backstory and stuff like that. Basically, I guess, like, part of what makes it so emotional is because you're basically watching a story where, two people who were extremely close, now one of them remembers them being close and the other one completely doesn't remember the other person, That is kind of like a classic sad trope and stuff like that. But if you don't know what their previous relationship was and how wonderful it was, then I could see it not really hitting so hard. Let's see. This is very nitpicky, but there is a question here of if the tears have already fallen, how she's able to wipe them away. But I'm guessing you meant fallen as in, like, on her cheek and then wipe them away. And then, as I said in my review, I was already, first time I read this, very thrown by the, wait, what? How does she not know Matt? What do you mean, Matt? So that's a great little intro for people who do know the world. Let's see. Oh yeah, so this is interesting, and this might just be me, but so Layla looked around the church, and just like every other time she talked to this Matt, no one seemed to pay him much attention. Even though that line is in there, I really got the impression that the church was empty and that she was alone. I actually had this image in my head of, like, it's at night and there's just, like, some beams of moonlight coming through the windows falling on her crying face and stuff like that, and he kind of emerges from the shadows. But I don't think that is what you meant. And so I do think that maybe... Oh, I didn't write down your word count for this one. But I think maybe saying... specifically mentioning people, because I just kind of got this image of her looking around the church, and it's an empty church. I don't know exactly why, because you literally say no one seems to pay much attention. But there's just something about it that ends up feeling empty to me. So I do think specifically mentioning, you know, that she looked around at the other prayers, at the other, what would you call that? It feels weird to say she looked around at the other Christians, you know, believers maybe. She looked around at the other believers, rather than looked around the church. That might help. I had words but not characters. Oh, gotcha. And yes, the one's already on her cheek. I see. I think this warm smile is a great introduction to the Matt of this story and this universe. Because if you had to give me a single word to describe how Matt is in this story, I would say warm. And so I do think that's a great little intro. And I do really like the intro of like, I only ever see you in the church. I only ever see you when I'm praying, and nobody else seems to see you. I think you're God. You know, I have made the connection here. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm super curious about this. Like, you know, does he genuinely talk in people's heads? Do they know that he's talking to them? Does he pass by people in the street? How and why does he talk to everyone? It kind of reminds me of, I guess this is a spoiler, but yeah, it is a spoiler, but it reminds me of in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood how von Hohenheim talks to every soul inside of him. It makes me think of those sorts of vibes. Of course, it's different, but, you know, I don't know if that was the intended vibe, but that's the vibe I get. And I love Matt, you know, deflecting all the questions, and instead of being like, you know, are you God? Him just being like, yeah, or pretty much, or in a manner of speaking, but rather being like, well, how do you define God? Because whether or not I'm God depends on your definition. And then she gives one, and he continues to do that and go, well, if you exist because of me, that also is a question. And that also depends on how you define exist. When having read the rest of the story, that makes a lot of sense, that it's like, okay, yeah, he could have wiped her soul out. He could have not preserved her soul. And so that does mean that she exists because of him. But he didn't create her. And so he didn't form her existence. So that works very well. The more I reread the story, I do like this. I do really like that description, especially that puzzle image. That makes a lot of sense knowing what I know. Yeah, so I like that a lot, though I do feel like it doesn't quite follow after this, because when I read, how do you define exist? Layla pursed her lips. I'm thinking the next thing that comes up, she's gonna be like, he had this annoying way of dodging her questions. But instead, he's like, oh wow, just the way he looks at me though. And so I feel like that should come earlier or later. And then, yeah, her earlier or later. Yeah, I guess, you know, come to think of it, actually, I don't know if this is a problem or a benefit, but I just realized just now that he actually does not dodge her question. It's just the fact that there is something in the middle that made me feel like, oh, he's not answering. But actually he does answer. So I guess that's another critique for putting that paragraph either earlier or later, since it breaks that up. And then I do love the whole explanation, and granted, only somebody who doesn't know the universe could say for sure, but I think that it quite clearly and simply describes, Yeah, it quite clearly and simply describes exactly what was going on in ways that we can understand. This one, however, he does dodge, and this is my favorite dodge. That she's like, wait a second, you said I'm mortal in this world. Does that mean I was not in that world? He's like, what troubles you? That's fantastic. I love the flow of that. I am curious why mortals can't comprehend these things. I know there's like different lores and stuff like that, but you know, I know that your story deals with everybody's a supernatural creature of some kind, but I've never really seen in your story why it would be like, oh, normal human? Nah, their brains, pea brains up here. You can't understand anything, those mortals. It just kind of feels like, yeah, the supernatural characters are like humans plus. You know, they're very human, but they also can do cool, awesome, magical stuff. And so I don't quite connect to why, this isn't really a critique, it's just a question, but I don't quite connect why, you know, a human would not be able to understand, oh, hey, yeah, you used to be an angel, and we had, like, kind of a boyfriend-girlfriend situation, but it was complicated. Like, I don't know why that would be something she's like, it's too big, I can't remember, you know, that kind of thing. And, what's I gonna say? Well, I think we'll come back to. I think we'll come back to that because that's at the end. And then so this is all like, I don't know how it feels when you get a review from me and it's all like glowing and happy and positive, and then your story comes to me on the stream and I say some of the positive things, but I'm like, here's a bunch of critiques that I didn't say. And I think I've talked about it before, but I'll reiterate that, I review things in a different mode than I critique them on the stream. When I'm reviewing things, I am looking for anything that I like, anything to comment on positively. And when I'm looking at them on the stream, then I'm looking for, okay, is there anything that could be improved, anything that could be better? And because I think I'm getting better at this, but because I at least have been a perfectionist, it does mean that I almost never, like, the stories are almost never perfect in my eyes, so I can pretty much always find something to critique, even if it's not really all that worth saying, because I'm just looking for things to critique. And then the other aspect of it is that a lot of the times I genuinely did not see or have those critiques when I was reviewing it, just reading it to myself on the Discord. But once as I often say, as I sink my teeth into it and I'm really hammering down, okay, what's going on in this story, what's good, what could be better, then that brings up more critiques and stuff. But anyway, so speaking of which, this sentence here that I've highlighted, well, I guess the sentence isn't highlighted, but I have mixed feelings about it, because on the one hand, I do really like the ideas you're going for, especially because I know the universe, and so I think, to me, one of the things that makes all this stand out the most is because it shows that Matt, even though he has fulfilled his destiny, he has ended the world, he is actually still the Matt that we knew and loved in the past, because that is how he viewed the world in the past. That he's like, hey, I like humans, I like people, I like free will, I have preserved that. You know, I still think that is something worth preserving. You know, I didn't try to erase everybody's free will, or, you know, I didn't try to erase people's free will. I kept humans human in my version of the universe. And so I think that's really neat and touching. You know, if you don't know Matt, then that's not going to be present at all. But I like that. And that is, of course, like, a very true and relatable thing. Like, yeah, people can be really cruel, and that's definitely something that can be. But why, though? Especially if you think you're talking to God, it does kind of make sense. You'd be like, please, I don't understand. However, at the same time, if that is indeed like what she was prior to meeting God, she was already crying about it. It does feel like an oddly general thing to be sitting in church crying about. And I think it would make a lot more sense if she, you know, I don't know how old she is here, but if she was like getting bullied at school and she's contemplating this and she's like, yeah, like, you know, Megan called me names at school today, and it just like, you know, why are people so cruel? That kind of thing. Granted, you didn't have the characters to add anything more in there, and that would take a lot. But I'm just thinking of how you could make it seem less like, yes, I was contemplating a big general question about the nature of the universe, and it seems like, it feels a little odd, you know. It would make more sense if there was something that brought it up, you know, that it's more that she's sad about Megan calling her names, and that is just making her think about why are people so cruel, as opposed to sitting in church crying about the general state of humanity, you know. Granted, you know, maybe you guys have had this experience. Maybe I'm the odd one out here. But that is a question there. I really love this line. This is the line that gets me starting to tear up. And again, like, I don't even know why. I guess it's just the beauty of that encouragement, because even though this is a wacky, fantastical scenario, this is something that's true, that we can relate to. And so just the encouragement of somebody saying, continue to be kind, continue to be beautiful, even if they're not talking to me specifically, you know, feels like this beautiful and kind of bittersweet encouragement that's very touching. So I actually realized that I misread this part when I was just reading it and reviewing it, which is that I read the chuckle as the answer. I read it as like, Matt chuckled answering the question. So it's like, yes, like he chuckled and the chuckle is the answer, as opposed to he chuckled, separately he answered, you know? And I don't know if that's just a me issue. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that sentence, but that is an issue I ended up having, because I actually interpreted this last bit to mean she didn't remember the entire conversation. That he chuckles and leaves, and she forgets everything that was said, you know? Rather than he answers, but she forgets that specific answer, if that makes sense. So, as per usual, I did read the story to my dad, and he had some different questions and critiques and stuff like that, and one I'm seeing here at the end is that we kind of end on a circle, that we start with her crying and him coming up and being like, what's wrong? You probably won't remember this, though. And then it ends with, what's wrong is not resolved, and she doesn't remember it. And so the question is if that kind of takes away from the impact of the story, that it is basically a cycle. It's basically, yep, it wasn't resolved and she forgot about it, and that will always be how it is. And granted, if I'm assuming from him saying that he probably also interpreted it that she does not remember the conversation as a whole. But I do think that, hey, she remembered everything else, just not that last answer. That could work better, because, yeah, okay, she did get the encouragement of, you know, hey, you're doing good, kid, you know? And when God says to you, you're doing good, kid, it's a pretty nice encouragement. So maybe it is, like, at least what was upsetting her is resolved if she does remember that part of the conversation. But yeah, I'm curious if anybody else got that impression or had that issue. What was the other thing that he said? I didn't write down his main critique. Let me see if I can remember it. Because I just wrote down, so his answer to the first one was, you know, does it work without knowing their previous relationship? And it sounded like he was saying it does work not knowing their relationship, but giving us the answer to what their relationship is a potential answer to the gaps. I'm trying to remember what he said the gaps were. I think he was saying something about just like not knowing. Well, like, I think part of it was he didn't quite understand what she was crying about, that he felt like we didn't get the answer to what was troubling her. And I think part of the reason he didn't catch that is probably due to my earlier critique of this is so general, it just doesn't quite compute as this is something that she'd be crying about. This is something that she was previously crying about. Because it does kind of sound like just a thing she's bringing up to him, that as opposed to Megan was mean to me, you know, I'm crying about Megan. Instead, it being, you know, it seems more like she just thought of it as they're talking because he's God, that she's like, I better be asking the big questions, you know, that kind of thing. But I don't think that's the only thing he was saying. He also, I did not ask him directly, but he also didn't quite seem to get that Matt genuinely was God. I think that he, that he just thought that he was some supernatural being, but, or a being that knew more than her and had more power than her, but not necessarily like, yeah, he is. Yeah, he can literally talk to everybody. Oh, yeah, I'm curious, I did ask this in my review, I think. I'm curious if he brought everybody from the other world, or not everybody, because he does say, you know, your soul existed, I didn't create it, I simply ensured you lived in this world as well. So that could mean three things. That could mean, one, he preserved her, but not others. So I guess actually four things. So number one, he preserved her alone. All the other souls are new and not hers. Two, he preserved her and others, which is, I'm assuming at least that's true. He preserved her and others, but nobody else. And then, the next one is that he preserved everybody. That everybody from the other world came here. He just might change the nature of what they are. And then the other one is everybody did come from the other world, but he babysat Layla's soul. So everybody did come. He just very much ensured that Layla was gonna be okay. You know, that kind of thing. So I'm curious which was the intention. Oh yeah, that also reminds me of, and granted, this is more of a universe thing, so I don't know if you would rather, talk about it in DMs or something, but you say at the beginning here, it's basically one where Matt embraced his destiny, wiped the hard drive of the universe, and rebooted it as the previous user. I'm very curious about that, because as I understood it, I thought in every version of the story he embraced his destiny, just in different ways. I remember you saying there's a magical apocalypse versus, I don't think you used the word physical, but a magical apocalypse versus a physical apocalypse. And I think the magical apocalypse was him taking all magic out of the world, which this could be. If she is mortal, it could mean, yeah, everybody's mortal except me because I took, magic out of the world kind of thing. But yeah, so very curious about that in general and about how that relates to the story. And I did say this a lot in my review, but I'll say it for other people's benefit, that when I first read the story, I was like, well, actually, let's go further than that. Marx, DM'd me and was like, hey, here's what I'd like for my universe tag, and it was overly familiar AU and an angel emoji, and I was like, oh, I guess that means it's probably Heavenbound. I wonder why he didn't ask me to write Heavenbound. And so then I start the story kind of thinking that's probably what's going on, and I'm like, did he not know Layla at first in Heavenbound? Or maybe this is a different AU, and he didn't know Layla in one of the AUs. How wacky is this? And then when he says, oh, your soul exists in the world before this one, I'm like, he's actually God, guys! This is actually after the apocalypse. It's real! So that was a wild and fun ride. Especially, I think it was especially exacerbated because I was actually like, it was popping into my head throughout the week, the kinds of stories that you might write for this prompt. I was like, is Marx going to write about Bob? Is he going to write about somebody idolizing Matt and being like, wow, you're going to create a new world? And him being like, no, thank you. Kind of thing. So I did think it was very interesting that you genuinely went for the universe in which Matt actually is God. So very, very fun and interesting. But yeah, really enjoyed the story. I enjoyed Matt's warm godly vibes, warm supernatural vibes, and the message about, continuing to be kind in a cruel world and stuff like that. Really, really fun stuff. I did answer the questions in the review and everything, but you guys feel free to answer, especially those first two. All right. Let's see. Eric says, background context. I didn't quite get it as I don't know who Layla was in the previous life, so I didn't catch what was going on. Just me. Gotcha. So how deep did that run? Were you like, I just didn't feel like I could understand the story at all? Or were you like, I understood the basics, but I couldn't get into the emotion of it? Discord can be a fickle mistress indeed. Both the goddess and the software. Mark says, yeah, he's kind of more subtle with most people, just feelings and such, whereas he literally talks to Layla when she really needs him. Oh, so he can kind of like give people feelings. Does that mean basically everybody is like his familiar in this world? I guess it's not a two-way street, but it's just like, let me just give you a little... you should get together with that person. Let me just give you a little love. And they're basically Cupid, but also basically all the gods are wrapped into one, like, let me make you a little bit angry here, kind of thing. Interesting. Ghoulish says there's a show where teenage girls talking directly to God. Interesting. Joan of Arcadia. That is something in Joan of Arc, isn't it? Mark says, well, he wants Layla to live as a human. If she knows too much, she won't be able to live as a human anymore. So he kind of unintentionally wipes her mind of anything that interferes with that. Ah, that makes sense. That answers my question of if he could stop her mind from wiping. He could. He actually wants her to be human. That's cool. I like that. I don't mind the critiques at all. That's good. Has the red dot always been there? What red dot is it? I think there was a red dot on me from the trophies. There's often rainbows and light and red dots and stuff. Or maybe you're talking about the red dot in the tree. If you mean that one, that has. Let's see. Mark's in my head, it was a specific thing that made her cry, but she asked the question directly to get the root of the problem. Gotcha. I guess in that case, maybe because it's more from Layla's perspective, that you could have her just kind of think about it for a second and be like, she her eyes narrowed, thinking about Megan, thinking about what Megan said. I don't know if the reader would be like, well, who is Megan? But if you could do it in more general terms, I guess you could just say what the bully said, I think that could clear it up. Nar says, I guess I could have fooled around with some characters and had him say he chuckled before answering the question. Yeah, that could work. And yeah, it was meant that it's only his relationship with Layla that she doesn't remember anymore. Gotcha. Everyone but Bob. Oh, he brought everyone over but Bob. That's great. Everyone but Bob. Everyone's favorite new sitcom. I guess I'll wait to do the other stuff. The cat is on brightness is on the other side. So he's kind of hard to show off. I mean, I could attempt to turn on the other camera. Let's see what happens. I think the angle is all off. But I'll see if it... Oh, this is gonna be weird. Yeah. Oh, it is. So that's how big the show is in the corner. Oh, and I don't have the Twitch chat, but let's see if I can show you the cat with this camera. There you go. There he is, sitting all pretty. Oh no! I lost the battery. I lost the battery cord. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Everything's messing up now. Okay, I'll live without the battery for now.
Kitty cat? Oh, kitty cat.
No, he purring. He's so far away, I doubt you can hear anything. I don't even know if you can hear me all that well. I can't hear you. I'm on the other side of the room.
Pretty kitty. Oh, don't get up. This is not me trying to get you up. I'm just petting you. I'm just loving on you. Okay. Okay.
I guess I can potentially, with this camera, just trying to... There is my setup of the giant monitor and my coffee and my water and the mic and Discord asking if I'd like to, Discord telling me there's a new audio device. But yes.
But yes, Cato. Oh, he's so cute.
Aw, the baby. I want to pet him again, but the more I pet him, the more chance he'll actually get up. I wonder if I could keep this camera on him. The tripod is a fickle mistress, so I don't know if it'll let me. Well, hey! That's not nothing. It ain't perfect, but it's not nothing. You can see some of the cat. Oh, but the battery though, it will yell at me if I don't put the battery back on. Oh no! Green horror. It looks completely fine in the little camera viewfinder thingy. But not in this view. There you go. There's your view of the cat, but with the leg of the other mic in the way. Okay, well, the ad is over. Okay, back to things. Okay, what were you saying, Marx? Oh yeah, so everybody but Bob. That's great. Well, I'd say this is the most direct embracing of his destiny. Like, they literally rode on horses and destroyed the entire world before restarting it. Do they not do that in the other worlds? Because I thought they did that in the other worlds too. Era says, I could understand the basics of the story, but it lacked the emotional impact for me. Gotcha. Matt, no kiss. No, there's a red dot on you, but it's not there now. Yeah, I bet. I mean, this right here was probably red a little bit ago. Depends on the light. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. If you remember the story, there was one planet being saved from the death realm and everything in the universe is gone except for one star, with all 4 horsemen surrounding it. This story is a continuation of that. Interesting. I remembered a story where Death is talking to Lynette, but I don't know if I read that one where she's like seeing them. I could try and put the cat view in, but it's not going to be in a nice little box. What would it be? It would be video capture? Yeah, video capture. There's cat. There you go. Corner cat. I don't know if I can move the other mic so that can it? Woo! Oh boy! Did I do it? Is it out of the way? Yeah, I think I did it. Awesome. Now you can actually see the cat. In other words, Matt tries to avoid actually writing. The magical apocalypse magic is just gone. And that's that. Oh, so it's the same world, but magic no longer magics. Gotcha. Okie dokie. Well, great story, Marx. Let's go on to Adrian Solorio. E342 by Adrian Solorio. 332 words. Finally, after spending his whole life working and failing to conquer death, Phil believed he had finally succeeded. Above the basement lab, behind a double steel reinforced door, he sat safely in his bedroom and observed E342 on a crackling monitor. After 341 previous failures, he had learned to take precautions. She rose slowly, stiffly, from the operating table. Shielding her eyes from the glaring lights that hung from the dingy ceiling, she stood on teetering legs, a newborn babe in the body of an adult woman. He was satisfied. His measurements had been correct. This time, he had measured the various limbs he'd gathered, not just for length, but for circumference. It was important that she be proportional. Some of his earlier experiments had looked like deformed mutants, which they were, but still, proportionality mattered. He held his breath as she took her first stumbling steps, exhaled. When she didn't fall, began to breathe normally, when she tried turning the doorknob. "It won't open," he said, his voice blaring into the gray-walled room. "If you're a good girl, I may let you out to play, but I need to be able to trust you first. Can I trust you?" She looked around, confused. "Speak," he said. "I'll hear you." At first, she struggled to form words, instead making sounds like a wounded animal. After a while, her brain remembered how to speak. "Who is I?" "You are Eve. You are the future, my dear." His hands shook. The way she spoke, the way she moved. Earlier experiments had gone insane by this point, broken down into angry mounds of bloodthirsty flesh. But E342 was different. This version was the one. He rushed from his bedroom, keys dangling in hand. He couldn't wait to hold her, to share his world with her. She was different. It wasn't until Phil unlocked the door and Eve hugged him, cracking his spine and ribs, rupturing his organs, that he realized how different this version of Eve was. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I read a line wrong, and I don't know how I got all messed up, but he held his breath as she took her first stumbling steps, exhaled when she didn't fall, began to breathe normally when she tried turning the doorknob. Sorry, I messed up on that. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. After 3,000 years, we have cat cam. Yes, indeed. True. Alrighty-roo. An intense story, but a good story. I was gonna say a sad ending, but I don't know if sad's the right word. I guess just like a jarring ending, but a good story. I don't know if Adrian had any questions. Let me make sure. Nope. Well, I guess I should. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay, go back over here. And go back over here. Alright. No questions, says Adrian. Have you thought any? Have you thought of any new ones now? Alright. The title already is actually pretty great. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. That jumping little emoji made me look down. The title is already great because that automatically sets you up for kind of a more sci-fi type vibe. Because it tends to be that numbers will be for experiments or for ships and stuff like that. So that's neat how that can set you up right from the very beginning. That first sentence is great. What a whammy of a first sentence. After spending his whole life working and failing to conquer death, Phil believed he'd finally succeeded. A great way to draw the reader in. I do feel like believed, it actually does you a disservice though. Because the minute that I see the word believed, I immediately go, okay, so it's not true then. He believes it, he thinks this is true, but it's not true. And so I actually think that even though it isn't true, well, I guess it's debatable, but I think if you had started with Phil had finally succeeded, I think that would work better because we're basically in Phil's head. Phil thinks he succeeded, and so that ending will be more of a twist because we're not going, okay, he believed it, what's wrong? You know, why is it not true? And that kind of thing. And this is actually something that I can't remember which story it's in and how late the story is. But this comes up in a couple stories, so I'll talk about this. That and spoilers for Frozen 2, but in Frozen 2, they set it up like there's this big mystery of like why, you know, are the Northaldrins and the people of Arendelle, why were they at odds? What was the whole situation there? And early on, when they tell the story from the Arendellians' perspective, I forget what the exact phrasing is, but it's like something like, it looked like they were turning on us. I don't know if it's that exactly, but there was something that had a little bit of doubt in it rather than they turned on us. And that it looked like they were turning on us, you know, made me immediately go, okay, so they weren't then. It only looked like they were, you know. And so I do think that in writing, if you're wanting to do a twist kind of thing, that is an important thing to remember. Just present things as if they're true. Present it as if they absolutely turned on them. Present it as if Phil had succeeded. Because I don't think the reader's going to go, you lied to me. You know, at the end, they're just going to be like, oh, what a twist, you know. I'm also curious as to why it is his bedroom, because the first time I read it, I forgot it said bedroom, and I was thinking of like, oh, he's like in an observation deck kind of thing. You know, kind of just imagining the lab down here, and there's like an observation deck and a window up here kind of thing. I have a light mustache, or I did a second ago. So I was imagining an observation deck, and so then when I reread it, and it was like bedroom, it does feel a little odd, because now I'm imagining, like, you know, him bundled up under his blankets, watching his creation, you know, watching his monitor, and if that's exactly the image you were going for, then I guess that works. But it does feel a bit odd. Now, granted, this story absolutely has Frankenstein vibes. And I definitely understand that in Frankenstein, the situation is that the creature wakes up and Victor's like, I'm going to bed. And then he goes to bed, literally. And so, granted, that does kind of corroborate with Frankenstein. That's like, yep, experiment floor right next to bedroom, kind of thing. Or somewhere where bedroom isn't access. But anyway, so yeah, just slightly odd feeling that it's like in his bedroom, but maybe that was exactly intentional. Crackling monitor, like that adjective a lot. It also kind of has like Five Nights at Freddy's vibes of like, all right, we're watching from the crackling monitor, we have the double steel reinforced door around us, and it's like, okay, what monster's gonna try and get through that door later on? The hero will say, you lied to me, but they don't count. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I really like the way that you describe, her getting up and stuff like that. I think it's very easy to imagine the stiffness in her motions, and you're telling us about the setting through the actions, which is a great thing to do, of like, instead of just being like, yes, here's the lab room, there's a table, there's a glaring light, but actually showing through what she's doing, like, okay, she has to shield her eyes, and it's because there are these glaring lights and stuff. Teetering legs, great image there. I don't really understand why it took him 341 attempts to realize that the body had to be proportional. And so I do feel like that part doesn't really need to be brought up, because I think other stuff is more important, and that makes me ask questions I shouldn't be asking. And you could just say, okay, he was satisfied his measurements had been correct. And then I guess you could even add, like, he had measured the various limbs he'd gathered, or I guess even, like, as always, he measured the various limbs he'd gathered and stuff like that. But going, this time he measured them and stuff. It's like, why did it take you 341 attempts? Even if it was like attempt 5, that would make more sense. But I feel like on attempt 2, you're probably gonna realize, yes, I didn't measure correctly. Another thing to discuss with this this paragraph. So I don't know if you heard it, but there's another story of Drago's a couple of weeks ago where our favorite stupid sexy dragon turns into a human, and she was talking about like how long it takes for him to walk, and I was saying that, especially somebody who deals with this topic in my own stories, I really like that she made it take a long time. I had some critiques for the length of time, but I liked that she was like, yeah, hey, this would take time. And so this story does end up having the opposite critique for me, which is that it feels like she would definitely fall on at least her first try, if not her first 30 tries. However, I think that this story works better in the fact that, like, as far as I can tell, it is a Frankenstein situation where it's a bunch of corpses stitched together, and you do have that line of, like, her brain remembered how to speak, and so it's not necessarily like, oh, this is a person in an entirely new body, or this actually is a newborn. Rather, like, the brain has done this before. The brain has done all these things before, and so presumably it could remember much more quickly than somebody who's totally new to this. However, I do think that it is that phrasing of a newborn babe in the body of an adult woman that's what throws me. That's what makes me go, okay, so she should be falling. Okay, so this should be taking much longer than it's taking. And granted, I totally get why you use that phrase, because I think in a lot of ways it is true that this is not the same person whose brain that was before. That's not the same person whose arm this was before. This is a new creature. And so, yeah, like, in some ways that is accurate. This is a newborn in the body of an adult woman. However, especially because that is one of the first images I get before you have her walk or anything, I'm going, okay, if she's a newborn, she should be a newborn. If she's a newborn, it should be taking time for her to learn how to walk, just like it does any other newborn. And it also actually does remind me of the Benedict Cumberbatch Frankenstein play. I've talked about before that I have issues with that play, but something I liked about that play is it does start with the creature basically being born, and him and Victor running away, and him struggling to get up and walk and trying to figure out how the world works and stuff like that. And I feel like that would be very accurate to how she would get up and stuff like that. I don't know if there are any clips of it online. It's very hard to find stuff for that play, but so all I can do is describe it. Anyways. And I was mad that I tripped on this sentence, because I actually really like what you did with it. I really like he held his breath when this happened, he exhaled when this happened, and he breathed normally when this happened. That's a great way to show the passage of time, it's a short passage of time, but to show her progress and how he feels about it. Like, it's really neat because it's showing both the actions of another character and the emotions and reactions of our protagonist in the same sentence, and it's poetic, and it uses your words really well. So I thought that was a great way of doing that. So as for him saying, "Can I trust you?" On the one hand, of course, I like that he's saying this, and I like that he's thinking about it. I think his dialogue works really well. Like, "Hey, no, sorry, not gonna open, but hey, if you're a good girl, I might let you out." That works very well. However, I also do feel like calling out, "I need to be able to trust you," may have done the story a disservice, because I end up because what happens is all she says is, "Who is I?" And he's like, "I can trust you." And so I think that if he had not said, "Hey, I need to be able to trust you, can I?" then it would make a little more sense as to why he's so quick to just go, "All right, letting her out," kind of thing. Because as is, if he is so granted, I do understand that he's just like really excited. He's kind of a kooky scientist who maybe is not really thinking. He's just really excited that his experiment worked. Like he says, he wants to share his life with her and stuff like that. So I do get, he ain't really thinking. He's not thinking logically right now. He's just excited to go see her and be with her and stuff like that. But it just feels slightly odd that he's like, "Hey, I recognize that I should probably be able to trust you," and she does nothing to earn that trust, and she gets it, I do really like the way that you describe this a lot, and the wounded animal thing actually might have been where I started thinking about that Frankenstein version, that is what I remember him sounding like, and so that works super well and is very, very evocative. And then of course the Eve Bible imagery works very well. And then I like, showing his emotional reaction. I think his hands shook actually does help a lot in terms of the whole, oh yeah, he's just kind of a kooky scientist who's really excited, that she's not really saying much, and it's getting a really strong reaction out of him. I think that actually works quite well. And also doesn't use too many words. So that works great. And then it's also interesting how, the way she spoke, the way she moved. Granted, you do explain what the other experiments were, but even just that of like, the way she spoke, the way she moved, without more context itself, shows like his emotional reaction shows that she's different, even just from that. So I do really like your description of, they'd gone insane by this point, broken into angry mounds of bloodthirsty flesh. That's super evocative and horrifying. I that works super well. But the issue with it is that if 341 experiments within minute 1 break down into a mound of bloodthirsty flesh, why are you so confident that this one is different? I feel like, once again, that he should very much be taking more time and precautions before going in there. And I do think that you could have actually successfully done that in this story, that you could have basically had kind of a time skip. Like, you could have had, you know, I guess so you could either stop after You're the Future, or you could stop there and, you know, put the break in there. And then, actually, you know, this is interesting. If you literally just put a break right there, that could work. that could just be, this is the one. And then that would seem like time passed. But you also could have, you know, something to show the passage of time, like after weeks of talking to her, you know, or at least days, you know, after days of talking to Eve, he couldn't take it anymore. He rushed from his bedroom, you know, that kind of thing, I think could work quite well, and have me have less of those questions of like, bro, 341 attempts of mounds of mutant bloodthirsty flesh. Give it some time. I know you're excited, Phil, but give it some time. I think it would cause me to have less questions. I do really like your imagery, though, especially the keys dangling in his hand. That's a great little setting and action detail that's super evocative and vivid. I do like the repetition of she was different. I'm also super curious, because immediately my thought was like this was nefarious, that she was, you know, oh no, evil monster. However, she is hugging him, and so I am wondering if she literally just meant to hug him, if she's just like, Dad, and went to hug him and did not mean to kill him. And like, granted, it would cost you more words, but like, even that could work if there was kind of more of a time skip of like, after weeks of talking to her, he couldn't take it anymore. Granted, I think this would work just fine, even if that was the only thing you added. But you could add her, you know, saying something like, you know, father or lover or God or whatever he is to her, you know, and be like, hey, I would like to touch you, or I'd like to hug you, you know, please, will you come in? And then we would be left going, was that nefarious? Was you know, the hug a euphemism for death? Or did she actually want to hug him and was like, oh no, father! And stuff like that. One of my favorite things about this story is the switcheroo of the prompt. That at first it seems like he's the god because he's creating life, and so she's the one who's not in the, you know, in her little lab. And then by the end, it's those, oh no, you're amazing, I'm not. It's those vibes of she's a god, like she's, you know, totally different, and I'm nothing to her kind of thing. I think that works very well. I like that a lot. Now I'm thinking of Beware, the Pokemon that hugs you to death. How cute or horrifying is this Pokemon? Yeah, I really like this story. I think it worked. It flowed very, very well and naturally. I think you're very good at giving us those really evocative adjectives and imagery and stuff like that. And of course, I always gotta enjoy a good Frankenstein retelling, or, you know, I guess that's maybe like a step further than a retelling, because it's more different than that. But, you know, Frankenstein references and allusions all around and stuff. You did a good job. Thank you for submitting. Let's see. I agree that the title puts you in a sci-fi frame of mind. Reminds me of THX 1138. I've never heard of that. All I'm thinking of when you say THX is like the, what is that called, but like the movie thing where it's like, wow, that thing. I don't know if that was THX, but I think it's something like that. I don't know what you mean about he's the bad guy. Yeah, it is THX. That's exactly what it was. Adrian says, I read a longer piece that explains all that. He ran out of his former position as a scientist for the government because of his experiments. Gotcha. So, like, it really is in his bedroom. You know the saying, measure 337 times, cut once. Amazing. Hello, Foggy. Mako, it's adorable. The Pokemon, I assume. Hello, Hellenic. Welcome. You're just in time. Adrian says, good feedback. I'm going to continue revising the longer piece I'm working on, and I like the idea of having the time skip. Nice. I'm glad that I could help. THQ's video game company. Gotcha. Oh, that's the the Pokemon. It looks kind of like a cross between a red panda and Monokuma, which I think is kind of perfect for, you know, if it hugs people to death. Alrighty, Roo. Well, it is now time for Hellenic's story. Beware the bear. Beware bear. The opposite of the Care Bear. I assume that's been said a lot about that Pokemon. But anyways, 1%. My Hellenic Taoist. 340 words. Just like the other dreams, I heard the key turn in the lock. Heard the door creak open. Just like the other dreams, my stepfather's lyrical voice called out, Seth, I'm home. Just like the other dreams, I saw the beaming elf step through the door, pull back his hood, and throw his arms wide to receive me. Only this time, I didn't run forward to greet him. I couldn't bear to wake up and be disappointed again. Seth? He frowned, puzzled. But Father always smiles in my dreams. I dashed forward and all but tackled the elf, wringing his arms just to make sure he was real. He gave a surprised little guffaw and grinned at me wryly. What's this, lad? Are you... And I screamed. My legs gave out, and I slid to my knees while pressing my sobbing face against the robes. Savion! My stepfather's arms were around me in an instant, the old warmth now strangely unfamiliar. His hands began to roam about my limbs. My child, why are you grown so thin? Are you ill? Did the orchards fail? Have the fish stopped coming? I dug my fingers into his thighs, wanting it to hurt. Where were you? Savion, I was with the court. I told you it was far, and I would be gone some time. I couldn't stop shaking. My face and limbs tingled as I reared back, spat. I thought you had died! I ate his stricken expression like candy. Seth. He petted my hair the way that had always soothed me. A thumb caressed my tear-stained cheek. It's only been 9 months. I barely had time to... Only 9 months? I swiped his arms aside, then pushed him on his ass. 9 months is an eternity! How long do you think humans live? I saw his eyes dilate, contract. 75 years. His face went pale. 900 months. Tears rolled down his face and into my heart, quenching my rage in an instant. I just missed an entire % of my son's life. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. More beweers. Gifts. You know the classic love story. Boy makes girl, girl's put on pedestal, boy fawns over her, girl kills boy. Yeah, it kind of is a trope at this time, isn't it? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Alrighty, Roo. I think Hellenic had a note on this one. So I have not read the note yet, and I just saw a little bit of it. That is one of the things I was going to comment on. So Hellenic said, I got the inspiration for this piece more than a decade ago while thinking about how dogs are always so excited when their masters come home and wondering how long the passage of time must feel to them. The elf is an alien in my original conceit, but even then I sort of referred to him as an elf, just to make the parallel more clear. For purposes of the story, I thought it best to just cut out the middleman and not have to explain as much. But yeah, compared to humans, elves are immortal and godlike. It seems a trivial passage of time to them might feel like forever to us. See also Free Run Beyond Journey's End for a masterclass in that concept. Can you imagine if I named the human character Argos? That would have been terrible. I don't remember enough about... I think that's like a Greek thing, but I don't remember enough about that myth to know the meaning. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Oh, yes, the dog thing is something I'm going to comment on. But I definitely enjoyed this story. The ending definitely made me tear up too. Both you and yours and Marx's stories hit me in the right ways, in the feels, this week. So I think you did a great job with that. But let's just get started. So I do really like the just like in the other dreams, or just like the other dreams, and that being repeated. I think that is great. That is a good cadence. That is a good way of introducing what's going on and stuff. But the critique that I have for it is that I actually didn't realize that it was real. Like, as I was kind of reaching the end, I was like, I think this is maybe not a dream. And so I think that, I do really like this, father always smiles in my dreams. But I didn't really take that as, oh, he always smiles in my dreams, thus it must be real. I just kind of took it as, he always smiles, this dream is different, and especially because he already did something different. And so it's like, yeah, I didn't continue the dream as I usually do, thus he's not continuing the dream as he usually does. And so I do think that saying, I don't know if just putting in like this must be real, or this wasn't a dream here would feel too on the nose. But yeah, actually I kind of like that looking at it personally, but I do think something that clarifies that would be helpful. But knowing what's going on, I do really like this idea of like he's been gone so long that he only sees his father in dreams, and so it's like, what? You're actually back? I do like that vibe a lot. And it's a neat thing, because you could have just started it with, I heard the key turn in the lock, I heard my father's voice, and that would have worked just fine. But I do think that setting it up as like, just like in the other dreams, really does set it up as like, yeah, I've been over this. This has happened before, which is a really great way to start things and set things up well. Also, before I forget, I love the positive stepfather representation. Granted, like, there are some issues that are discussed in the story, but generally they seem to really love and care about each other, and you often see the step-parents being presented as villains, and they're not. And there's lots of great step-parents out there, and so love seeing a fictional story show a positive relationship with a step-parent. And then I really like just the way you describe all these things. I can totally imagine all these things. I really like lyrical voice. That's also, I don't know if I voiced him well, but usually with a father character, I try to go a bit deeper, but I went a little higher on this one.
Yeah, kitty. Here's the other kitty.
Let's see if she walks into the camera's range.
Oh, cat, no. No, kitty. You're not supposed to be getting into this. Where do I put it, though? Yeah, where do I put it, though?
Precariously on the desk, I guess.
Yeah, kitty. You coming for this camera? Are you coming for the blue throne? Yeah, your brother did not take it, so it's open. It's open for the taking. Bella. Bella kitty. There you go. There you go, kitty. Meow, yeah. Now we have something to look at during the ads. I guess we still have the bow camera to look at during the ads. But this is the more traditional thing to look at during the ads. Oh, yeah. So, this is interesting. I don't think I even thought about this, but this is the opposite of what I was just talking about with Adrian's story of, you said believed, and so I'm like, okay, what's wrong? In this case, you just stated it as fact, just like in the other dreams, and so I took it as fact. I took it as, yeah, obviously this is a dream. He told me it was, Right, kitty. Right, kitty boo. Uh-oh, now the other kitty's getting up. Let me go get his box bag thing and see if he stays. Let me get your box. You want your little box? Well, he didn't walk out. We'll see if he comes back. Yeah, and I do really like that action of like he can't bear to be disappointed again, so he doesn't run to him, and he frowns stuff. Like all the action of that is just great. I love the surprised little guffaw. That's such a great, that's such a dad laugh. It's such a great image. Oh yeah, because of course Cat's not on the camera because Cat's not there anymore. So I do feel like the scream may be a little bit much. Now that's not to say that this isn't a valid reason to do that. Like that's fine if that's what he needs to do. However, it did end up making me go like, what the heck's going on? Like it seems like something is I actually kind of had this impression of like that Savion was going to turn out to be a monster that was like, screaming like a zombie or re-dead or something as he hugs him. I don't remember what the order was, but maybe I read Adrian's right before this one. Him screaming just seemed so intense and out of place that I was like, what's going on here, man? And now that I know what's going on, yeah, I know he's just like super upset. He's so mad about what happened. But basically, like this story is, I feel like calling it a mystery goes a little too far, but we don't really know quite what's going on and why Seth isn't running to hug him and stuff like that until they start talking. And so not having that context and not knowing why he's screaming, it seems like a really intense reaction, and at least for me, my brain starts like grasping at, okay, what would cause this intense reaction? And so I do think that if you just went straight to, my legs gave out and I slid to my knees while pressing my sobbing face against his robes, more of a sad reaction, then I do think that would have pulled me along on the little kind of mini mystery a little bit better, because I wouldn't be having those like, what's going on here? Are you a monster? Are we getting hugged to death? Kind of thing. But rather like, oh no, poor boy, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Kind of thing. I do really like the old warmth, now strangely unfamiliar, his hands again to roam around my limbs. Like I can totally imagine that very well. Great imagery. I like the specificity in his list, because you could have just had him say, oh no, have you not been eating well? And that would have worked just fine. But I do really like, did the orchard fail? Did the fish stop coming? Talking about how they get their food and stuff like that. So I think that's great. I do like the emotion here. I will kind of, maybe I'll talk about it in a second, but I do like the emotion there of like, he's just so mad that he's like, I don't like, it's not so much like, yes, I want to hurt my dad, but rather like,
I'm really frustrated with you, man. I want to get you back. You know, I think that works very well. And of course, unfortunately, bold doesn't work as well in on the streams as it does in the Discord. But I think the bold actually worked quite well in this case. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'll talk about it at the end. And then I think all of this emotion works really well. I especially like the 80s stricken expression, like candy, like great imagery there. Reared is a great verb for all of that. I really like the way that it always soothed me. I did trip a little bit on it, but I do like the, hey, this is something that in the past had always soothed me. It don't feel so soothing now, or maybe it does, but it's like, I don't want this to be soothing. I'm mad at you. That is a great way to convey that. I also love the specificity of, you know, his thumb doing it. So I guess I'll talk about the middle part before I get to the end. So I think that the story does work as you have it, but there are a couple of things that I think could just help emphasize and improve on the idea that you're going for. Because the thing is that 9 months is debatably a long time. If you'd said something like 3 years, that would be completely and unequivocally a long time to be gone. But 9 months is like, yeah, like, you know, if you're, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a comparison. All I can think of is like, oh, maybe if your dad, like, you know, I don't know, was in the Coast Guard and got called away or something like that. I don't know. But so basically the point is that whether or not that's a long time depends on how he left. Because if he left and he was like, all right, son, go into the store to buy milk, and then he's gone 9 months and he thinks that's milk time, that's the equivalent amount of time as heading to the store, yeah, that's a problem. That's a really long time. But if he tells Sephinel, hey, like, I'm gonna be gone a couple months, it's gonna be a long journey, then yeah, 9 is more than a couple, but there's a lot more leeway in that. It's like, okay, yeah, that's a long time, you know, that is a decent amount of time, but it's not like you were completely unwarned, you know what I mean? That this feels like a, I mean, again, I'm trying to think of examples, but yeah, if your dad says, yeah, it's a long journey, I'm gonna be gone some months, 9 months is actually kind of reasonable. Not, again, it's not a couple. It may not be what you're expecting, but it still is way more reasonable than 3 years. 3 years is like, even 1 year is like unequivocally, that's way too much time, you know, kind of thing. So knowing how he left, knowing if he left going to the store, versus if he left going, I'm going to be gone a few months, would be very helpful. And then another thing about it is we don't know how old Seth is, and we don't know if he has anybody else to take care of him. Because if he's 10, that's very different than if he's 16, you know.
Hi, kitty.
And so, yeah, like a 10-year-old, not okay to leave them for 9 months. A 16-year-old, still not really okay, but a lot more acceptable because, like, this is much more of somebody who can take care of themselves. And then, what was the third thing I said? Oh, what was it? I just said it.
I just said it. No. Yes.
Oh, yeah. It is different of leaving your kid being like, all right, son, go to the store to buy milk, and he has nobody to take care of him, versus like, oh, yeah, he has a mom to take care of him, or he has, oh, kitty. yeah, like he has a mom to take care of him, or he has an auntie to take care of him, or something like that. It's very different to leave your kid for 9 months with auntie versus leaving your kid alone for 9 months. And so especially if it's like, he said it like he was going to the store, kid is young, like 10 years old or something, and has nobody to take care of him, unacceptable. Unacceptable to leave him for 9 months. But if it's like, he's 16, he has auntie, and you told him it was going to be a couple months, the reaction does seem a little bit too strong to me for that. Now, granted, like I said, the idea still works, even if I'm like, it's a little strong. It does still work. Like, it still is a decent chunk of time. But I do think that if you had been more clear about any of those 3 things, and especially all of those three things, I think that would really help your premise. Or if you just said a year or multiple years, that would unequivocally, no matter the age, no matter if he had somebody taking care of him, go, not okay, you know? And,
oh, kitty, you just came in. Yeah. Oh, the baby. Oh, the baby kitty. Well, you can't get on the blue throne anymore, because now Bella has it. Now it belongs to your sister. You're so cute. You're so cute.
an Angie, yes.
Fluffy bow.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yes. The other thing regarding his age is that as much as I really like your imagery of like the candy one and the wanting it to hurt, those don't feel like, and granted, it's been a while since I've been 10 years old, so maybe I don't remember. But those feel like not a 10-year-old's thoughts. Those feel more like a 16-year-old's thoughts of like, yes, I want to get back at you. I want to hurt you. I am excited about your pain, you know, kind of thing. Feels like a 10-year-old would be more like, oh, Dad, where were you? And just be like, I'm so happy you're back. just, you know, the full-on, you know, dog whose human parent came home from the army, sort of thing, you know. In those videos, right, they're just bursting with affection. There's no, like, I would like to hurt you, father. You know, it's just, I'm so happy you're back, you know. And so I feel like a younger kid would be much more of the similar to the dog reaction of like, I'm just so happy to have you back, rather than a teenager who actually is like, hey, you know, not cool, bro, you know. Oh yeah, it's not gonna be as funny now, but I was gonna make a joke of of Savion, you know, with his friends being like, you know, I heard the stories of fathers who left to go buy milk and never came back, but I never thought it would happen to me. You know?
Kitty. Are you sure? Are you sure, kitty?
I think that's mostly the middle stuff. But as for the end stuff,
Hi, kitty. Yeah. Hi, kitty.
can we turn the camera back on? Are you going over there?
Nope. Oh. Yeah. No, that's just sock fuzzies. Nothing to eat. Okay. Okay, fine. If you really want out that bad. Yeah, you're the one who wants out. Don't look back at me.
All right. Oh yeah. So talking about the ending. So I do really like the ending a lot. The one critique that I have for the ending is that this is highly specific and highly fast math. And granted, I don't know if this is basically him being, what's it called in Dune? Like the human computers? I think it's like Mentat or something. I don't know if elves are basically like Mentats in your world and they can do that kind of fast math. But it does feel very specific and very fast. And I don't know how you could do it without doing that, because I really like the percent image, and I'll come back to that in a second. And if you were just like, if you just use more general terms, you couldn't use the percent term. So I think it's fine that it's a little too fast and a little too specific, but that is something that's like, that makes me squint a little bit. But I really like the tears quenching my rage. I think that this story is very cool because it has not just the actual action arc, but it also has the emotional arc. So it has the emotion of like, this is a dream, this isn't real, to this is real, to I love you but I'm super mad at you, to okay, I'm like, now I'm not so mad anymore. Now the rage is quenched. I think that was a great way to do that emotional arc, and this is a beautiful image of how that ends and makes total sense. And then like that does work. That like I can relate to that, right? Of like, you don't understand why what you did was so frustrating and terrible, and then they start crying and it's like, okay, they get it. Like, they get the hurt. Like, I don't have to be enraged anymore. That works very well. But I absolutely love this percent image, and this is probably one of my favorite titles that I've encountered in a while, because when you first read it, when you see that title, it's like, I don't know what I thought the story was going to be about. But it's one of those things where the title doesn't make a whole lot of sense at first, and then the end is like, that's it. That's the 1%, and that is what the entire story is about. And it's neat because you think of 1% as this tiny thing, but when it's something like your son's life, it actually is a big deal. And so that's really cool, and it is so much more powerful than just saying like, wow, I missed a decent chunk. I missed a decent chunk of my son's life. That wouldn't have been as powerful, but I think it is that specificity of, I just missed an entire percent of your life. That is really powerful, and I like that a lot. And I also, I didn't realize at first, because I was thinking about asking, like, but wait, like, this is his dad. How is he not half-elf? And calling him the stepfather also clarifies that the stepfather is an elf, not necessarily at all, not actively not related to our main character, so that works very well as well. Mentat is right. Gotcha. I see the ad incoming. Let's show the cat while it's happening, and we can look at the comments in both chats after. I guess I can put it on now. The tiny chat. Tiny chat.
Hello, kitty. I'm your tiny cat. Tiny chat and a tiny cat.
Bobo's not in here anymore, so can't show the camera with him.
Baby kitty.
Bright. I don't know. The others, there's the rainbow. I'm not tasting the rainbow. I'm blinded by the rainbow. There we go. That's the problem.
Oh, do I hear the meow of another cat now? I do.
It's like a crossover between Blinded by the Lights. Is that the song? No, maybe it's Ice. No, I don't know. If there's a song indeed called Blinded by the Light and then combined with Taste the Rainbow. Yeah, you can't see it right now, but I have each stream of, since I've had the Christmas overlay, I have changed the color of the frames. So on the actual, aw, cat, the actual Christmas stream, it was, well, I guess I can show it now. That one? No, that one. So on the actual Christmas stream, it was the red ones, and then after that, it was the light violet ones, and then it was the black sparkle ones, and now it's the purple ones. And I think the only ones we have left are purple, black, sparkle, purple, and the red. I think the one I did was red festive. So I'll probably do the purple black because that's the most different from the ones we've done before. But curious, curious which border color has been your favorite so far. Blinded by the Light, that is a song. Gotcha. You taste the rainbow now. Skittles marketing director, presumably. There's like this comedy group, or there was, at least I haven't watched their videos in forever, so I don't know if they're still around, but this group called Studio C, and I just like binged all their little shorts because I love them so much. But there are these ones about, I don't even fully remember the premise of them. I just remember like one had a genie in it and stuff like that, about this kind of like hyperactive, hopped up on sugar kid. And so what he would do is he just like take some Skittles and throw them at people and go, taste the rainbow, and then zip out of the scene. And so anytime anybody says taste the rainbow, that's all I think about. And it was extra funny with the characters' reactions. It would just be like, taste the rainbow, kind of thing. Kitty cats. Oh, I can see if I can, I could show the box, I think, but, oh no, now the battery thing will be turned around. There's a little bit of the box and a lot of me. There is cats. There is a cat in a box.
Yeah, Bella.
There's a bow in a box. Oh good, it didn't go all green and weird. Are the ads over? Oh yeah, I've just been playing with the camera. But anyways, okay, so looking at what folks have been saying. Like says in my head, Hellenic, Seth's stepfather's estate is almost a Garden of Eden in terms of having all year-round fruit on hand and plentiful fish. Seth was left alone, but in an environment where he should, in theory, be able to care for himself. And yeah, elves are good with numbers. At least this one is. Gotcha. I wonder, I don't know, it might have felt like a waste of words, but I wonder if there was like a different math thing that you could have brought up earlier to convey, oh yeah, he's good with numbers. Or I guess maybe you could say, where is it? I would be gone sometime. Like, I don't know if you could have Seth be thinking like, I remembered him saying that, and I remembered he'd always been good with numbers, and so I remembered how strange it was that, I don't know, this is sounding weird as I'm saying it out loud. I was going to say something about, how strange it was that he didn't give a more exact number that he'd be gone, but I don't know. But yeah, that's good to know that it's like he was left alone, but it's not that he was uncared for. Rob 228 tasted by the light. Nice. What goes in a square hole? Cat. What goes in a round hole? Also cat. True. I call both of those. What is both of what? Argos is the name of Odysseus' dog. He waited 20 years for Odysseus to come home, rested his head on his master's lap, and died. Oh, that would be sad. Love it being called the Blue Throne, all because I wrote a silly little story. Yes. Yes, indeed. Hello, Bitzer. Glad you're back, Aerith. Aerith is doubly cocooned? Oh, I did not realize that. I hope that's not been going on for a long time and I just didn't know. Here, let me, I assuredly will forget. Oh, come on. Show me Aerith. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you are both. Okay, doubly cocooned. There you go. Now you're properly notated. You're properly rolled. You guys gotta help me with those, because I don't, as far as I know, have any way to have that happen automatically, where it's like, oh, you have both, so you get this third roll, that's the both roll. I have to do it manually, which means if anybody stops being doubly cocooned, I won't really know. So please tell me when you see people have stopped being doubly cocooned so I can take that off. The dog comparison and free run inspiration reference. Yeah, you did. I didn't know I was doubly cocoon. I just covered the Discord cost. Someone must have gifted me a sub on Twitch. Oh, yeah, that's possible. Eddie, hey, I'm doubly cocoon. Totally for realsies, I swear, he says, full of sarcasm. I feel like that's... I don't feel like that's sarcasm. I feel like that's lies at that point. I guess unless it was meant to be read as, I'm totally doubly cocooned, yeah, kind of thing. Yeah, I knew you meant free run. But yeah, I will say, you did do a good job, like, despite my critiques, you did do a good job of the whole, I was gonna say doubly cocooned, the whole dog thing, because, yeah, I chatted with Mako about it, and he caught that, and I chatted with my dad about it, and he also caught that. Unfortunately, I didn't think of it on my own, but, yeah, that comparison came up independently without reading your notes in the minds of two people, at least. I guess that is something I didn't say, which is that my dad got very confused, and I don't think all of his confusion was warranted, but I'll still talk about it, which is that for some reason he wasn't connecting that it was, how long do humans live? 75 years, 900 months. He was very confused as to what was going on, enough that he actually thought this is the amount of time that he was gone, and I didn't realize that Sephinel was human and stuff like that. And so, I just say it because it just kind of corroborates what I was saying about, like, making it clear what his age was and how he said it, you know, if he was like, I'm going to buy milk, you know, kind of thing. I think that would have helped his confusion in that regard as well. There's a thin line that divides lies from sarcasm, indeed. I feel like some people are just like that when it comes to numbers and math, so it wasn't even that weird to me. Gotcha. Alrighty, so. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if we're gonna have time for the fifth story, but I was kind of trying to put mine in front of the break, because mine's kind of intense, and so I kind of wanted it to be, hey, if this is too much for you, you could just have an extra long break. However, it is 5:19, and that's kind of my gauge. Like, if it's 6 o'clock when we finish my story, then I won't be doing the fifth, but if it's earlier, then I will. And so I was about to say, maybe we should do the fifth one next, but it might take, you know, it might take a while. I have a lot of questions on this one, so I guess we'll do mine next, and I don't know, watch your tags or something. But yeah, I think this is one of the most intense stories I've written. That content warning is spitting facts. It's true. So if these are things that would be too much for you, then you might want to leave for this particular story and then come back either for the 5th or after the break. So if you want to leave and get tagged, tell somebody. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Appreciate it. All right. All the King's Horses. The Ballad of the Monsters. Savion. By Kaylie. / I prefer the term anti-hero. 350 words. Content warning. Brutal animal mauling. Suicidal thoughts. Once I was a wolf. Beautiful and monstrous. I stole magic and a kingdom. I created a refuge for other animals, and it was good. Then, I became human. As much as I abhorred the idea, I chose it. I fed to the animals 2 simple lies. 1, I didn't tell them I was their wolf king. 2, I told them I was changed against my will. When they learned my identity, to my shock, they still accepted me. Were happy to have me back, in any form. At least, most of them. But when they learned I chose this, they weren't so forgiving. Snarling, roaring, scratching, clawing, biting, maiming. For more than agony, I felt relief. I tried to kill myself many times. I'd always been stopped. Ironically, usually by the personification of death. But as I felt the animals bite my fingers, rip my legs, and claw my face, I thought, this is the best death I could ask for. Judged by the animals for committing the sins of man. But I didn't die. I kept thinking this was it. I kept blacking out. The snarling grew. The mauling stopped. There were still some animals loyal to me. A world of red, dripping off corpses, seeping into moss, licked off lips, covering my skin. I couldn't tell if my clothes were hanging off in bloody clumps, or my skin was. Right before I portaled to my castle, when broke past my defenders, taking my hand, a chorus of screams, demands, and questions greeted me, a haze of noise. I must have been a sight. I groaned and grimaced as my hand returned. Watching it was worse than feeling it. I looked at death. The personification of death, who I'd attempted to kill many times. The personification of death, whose body always put itself back together. I didn't die. My voice was weak and far away and tinged with iron. No matter what they did. Almost like... My voice was barely a breath. The word almost sang. You. I breathed heavily. I'm not. A plea. I can't. I spat up blood and collapsed. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved. Aerith, intense story. I'm good. Drago, judged by the animals for committing sins of man, is such an epic, hard-hitting line, Auntie. Like, oh shit. Aw, thanks. I appreciate that. I just see brutal. I love that. Yeah, so my questions are very long on this one. So I'll first of all say I wasn't sure that I should pick this one to go through because of just how intense it is. But my other 3 stories, I was telling you about the last time I was read, how I tend to pick the story that either I think is my worst of the week, or the one that I want the feedback on the most, or both. And so I don't know if I think this is my worst story of the week. I think I'd probably say that, and we'll come to why. But it's definitely the one I wanted the most feedback on. And so I was kind of like asking the council about it, and they were kind of like, well, like the perfection story is like my favorite, but if you want feedback on this one, then that's fine. You can vote for that one to be read. You can pick that one to be yours to potentially be read. And so I let it go through. So that's actually my first question of like, would you say you're like, hey, Kaylie, no, I think this is too brutal. I think this was too much for the stream. I think you should have picked one of your other, sweeter stories. And that is related to one of my questions, which is, how gruesome is this? It's always helpful to hear how people view these things. I thought it was pretty brutal, but could have been a lot worse. Another word limit casualty, kinda. The skin line was the worst in my mind. It was described in a bit more detail in the original version that I cut down. Like, it was not this. It was that, but actually described. And so it could have been much worse, but I still think that, and especially because of people's reviews, I still think it was pretty bad. And so I'm just kind of wondering, like, where on the line it is for you. If you're like, actually, I didn't think that was really that brutal at all. Or if you're like, yeah, it's pretty bad, but fine for the stream. Or if you're like, oh, like, it's bad, but it's okay. Or if it's like, it's so bad, I don't think it should have been read, or it's so bad that I was super uncomfortable, Where did it fall in the line of badness, kind of thing. I guess I'll just start kind of going through my questions. So another question, but I'm honestly so proud of that title. Mako suggested, like, Humpty Dumpty wishes he could as a joke title, as in, like, put himself back together again. But then I realized there are probably horses in both groups, and he's the king. So basically some horses are tearing the king apart, and others are trying to put the king back together again. I liked a lot more than I've liked a title of mine in a while. Especially cool because there's a song called All the King's Horses by Carmina, which inspired one of the first chapters of my version of Frankenstein, so cool connections. Was anything confusing? I had to shove a lot into 350 words, and I'm not sure if I succeeded at making it clear enough for newcomers. Very similar to question 3 of how did the story generally flow. I had to cut a lot, and that added to the hazy feel, but I don't know that it worked. So, yeah. Like, pretty much all of this, had more to it. Like, the whole story is basically line, and I know that can get really annoying to people. It wasn't like that originally, it's just that I had to cut so much I couldn't really describe or go in depth into anything. And so, something I didn't ask directly, but more so what I'm wondering with both of those questions is that I felt like there are some places where that could have done with a better connection. So, for example, basically like this whole thing, but especially going to the then I became human, I could totally see how it's like, okay, yes, you were a wolf, okay, you had like magic in the kingdom, okay, that's interesting. Created refuge for the other animals, alright, like I guess I can see that, wolf, king, other animals, alright. Then I became human. Excuse me? Any of those things I feel like could require a more of a transition of like, what do you mean you stole magic? What do you mean you created a refuge? What do you mean you became human? I could totally see that being the reaction, so let me know if that was the reaction. One of the other ones was, I felt like, this part was particularly a potential issue regarding the transition because it's going from they're all mauling me, trying to kill me, and then going to, oh hey, there are other animals who came in snarling and fighting, and they made the mauling stop. Oh, there are still some loyal to me, and then he basically like kind of wakes up enough to look around and see what's going on. But yeah, I had to do all that in 3 lines, and so I don't know that I did that well. I could easily see that being confusing. And then kind of similar to him, like going back to the castle and stuff like that. I don't know if that needed more of a transition, stuff like that. So let me know if there were any places that you were like, I didn't really get what's going on. I needed more of a transition, or I just didn't feel like it flowed well, that kind of thing. And then for those who do follow my stories, tell me your reactions. I've revealed a lot of the reveals. So excited to have this one left and to hear your reactions to this doozy, or at least I hope it feels like a doozy. I already asked those ones. Oh yeah, so this is another question for people who do know the universe. I've had this scene in my mind for a while, but before I decided Savion was a personification, yes, he wasn't always, it was bad, but survivable. However, I have two bigger questions. A, do you think Savion would lie about either of these things? My thought is that he just feels too ashamed of himself and too much like a hypocrite to tell the truth. At first, the thought of them realizing their Wolf King, who hates humanity, is now human is too sickening to him, yet he still wants to be around them. Even if he were willing to say he was Savion, revealing he chose this goes completely against everything he said to them and taught them and believed in. If he's a cursed wolf, he's still welcome, but if he's a human who chose to be one, he doesn't really belong in his eyes. B, I'm curious from what little you've seen of Refuge and the animals they're in, if you think this is something they would do. My idea is that they are mostly loyal to him and don't hate humanity nearly much as Savion himself does, but one of them, Dalcran, views Savion the way he views himself, as a hypocrite and a traitor, and he gets more animals on his side after Savion's identity is revealed. Enough to cause this. But there are also enough loyal to Savion that they kill / drive off the attackers. So yeah, I know that it's very possible nobody can answer these because maybe nobody knows them enough to answer these things, but I do recall that in some of my earlier stories about the animals of refuge, people kind of assumed that they would know that he was Savion, and I was like, no, actually he lies. He lies about that. And so I don't know if that was just people were like, oh no, like it makes sense that he'd lie, I just wasn't thinking about it kind of thing, or it's like, doesn't really make sense to me that he would lie about that, you know. So I'm curious about your thoughts. And then I was gonna explain the animal stuff more. Oh yeah, that basically, like, I still kind of have to decide, like, how the majority of the animals in Refuge think of humans, because either, like, they're kind of fine, but Savion is spouting human hate in Refuge a lot, or, like, Refuge is a refuge for, you know, animals who feel similarly to Savion about humans. But I've kind of been thinking of it as somewhere in the middle of more like, yeah, these are animals who don't really want to be around people, but they don't necessarily have the same kind of vitriolic hate that he does, kind of thing. And so, you know, some of them might have been like pets and stuff before, and so they might have been like, yeah, there was good stuff to being a pet. Like, sometimes humans could be nice to me, but right now, not really feeling it. Right now, I'd kind of like to be away, kind of thing. But yeah, so either way, like, he's kind of spouting these thoughts, and so it's like, I literally built this as a refuge from humans, and I'm not gonna show up there and say, I'm the person who built this and chose to be one, you know, that I don't deserve to go in if that is the case. And so, even though he doesn't like lying, he's gonna lie about that. And, you know, once they find out, they're happy that Savion is with them, as long as they're like, oh no, you're cursed, you know, kind of thing. But, I mean, there's a lot of complicated things about it. I don't want to go too much into it, but, you know, like I say in my thing, that I think that there was already some, like, you know, I'm glad he's back, but I don't know how to feel about this. And so then one of them who is a little more, like, with Savion's views is like, bro, this wasn't cool, was it though? You know, that wasn't okay. And I think it's also part of how it's revealed, because he does not tell them. He does not tell them that he became human of choice. They find out. And so, especially considering that, I felt like it made sense that even if they do want him back, it's like, you're the one who literally hates humans and told us that, you know, they're awful, and yet, oh, when it's you, you know, you can come in here, stuff like that. And granted, if he told them from the get-go, they might have accepted him. It's the lying that I've always seen as the problem. But yeah, and the so basically, if you don't think it makes sense, you know, from what you've seen of either of them, I absolutely could change it, and I could make it a different kind of death that makes him learn this about himself. I just liked this one, A, because I already had this scene in mind. It just wasn't a murder. It wasn't that as bad as that. And B, because of exactly what he says of, like, out of all the methods that he could die, this is the best one in his view. And so the fact that the one death that should be permanent, that is the one that he realized he can't die, is the best death he could ask for, basically. But he could learn through other means. Oh yeah, so 6, I'm leaning towards personification's regeneration, working more that the limb fuses back to the body rather than regrowing. But I like the visual of him returning while his hand is regrowing. Which method would you prefer and why? Also, did it work that I had that happen at the end? Because the more I reread it, the more I feel like I just didn't really have the words to describe that well. And so it feels like, that's interesting. And I guess that kind of is the vibe, because he's basically very numb right now and isn't feeling much because he's just blood and pain. And so it's just like, all right, more pain, you know, this sucks. But I liked them seeing it. I liked it not just being that he shows up like a bloodstain on the world, but they literally see his hand growing back and they're like, oh, crap, you know. What do you think Savion personifies? I will be surprised if you guess it. And if somebody guesses it, I don't know if I will confirm it. I don't know. But I don't know. I was not sure how long I should keep this story close to my chest, but I had a different story last week that I didn't actually post because it just never felt quite ready, where it would be so much better to call him what he personifies in that particular instance. And I was like, they don't even know that he's a personification, let alone what he personifies. So this is not a great intro to that, you know. Let's see. And then all this is very much for people who know my universe, so sorry. Indulge me for a second, people who don't. But if you ever need a proof that personifications are human, it's Savion. He is completely and unequivocally human, but also a personification. However, I'm wondering, especially if you didn't know that, if this changes your view of Savion and makes him seem less human, or if it makes the personification seem more human. In general, what do you think of Savion being a personification? Does it add or detract from his character? For a long time, I staunchly decided that Savion wouldn't be a personification because I felt it'd detract from him being A, an ordinary wolf, and B, a human. But lately, especially through talking to Mako about it this past year, the symbolism is just too good, among other things. Though he was born an ordinary wolf, and he is still human, he did not become a personification in the way the others did. I actually was going to have it that Peter and the Shadow personified different things, and what I currently have Savion personify, Peter originally secretly did. Actually, originally a third character did, then Peter did. However, again, Mako gets some credit for this. I realized that the symbolism doesn't work as well for Peter as it does for Savion, and even for Savion, it's weird and backwards, but I like that. And while of course it's possible I'll change my mind back, I've spent a long time contemplating it, and at the moment I feel confident enough to reveal it. But if it sullies your view of him in the way I originally thought it might be worth reconsidering. And then the general questions of favorite lines and any other comments. But yeah, so anybody who knows Savion and knows my personifications enough to to answer that question, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And this was very interesting because to me, this is a massive reveal. Like, I have a ton of personifications, but I've never presented Savion as one of them, and originally he wasn't. But when I was reading this story to my mom, she was like, she apparently just thought he was. Just already thought he was because of how powerful he was, and so she's kind of like, oh, I guess that was a reveal then, yeah, so what do you think of that in general? What's your reaction to that? Does it, like, make you view his character differently in a positive way, a negative way, a neutral way? What are your thoughts on that? My questions are pretty extensive, so I probably don't have more, but I'll still look through it for a second. Oh yeah, this "and it was good" was meant to be a Bible reference, that I created this thing. It was good. I would have liked to do more of that. I would have liked to do this thing, it was good. This thing, it was good, but I had no words. I'm curious if the "I fed" verb works. I really liked that idea of, like, I fed to the animals, sounds like, yes, dinner. And I loved kind of twisting it and going, I fed to them lies. I thought that was cool, but I don't know if that was confusing, actually. Oh yeah, so this line, I went back and forth. This is what I landed on. But, another option for it was, judged by the animals I loved so dearly for committing the sins of man I hated so deeply. I'm curious if you would have liked that more. Oh yeah, and I am curious, because it was definitely intended to be an image of, like, he's just red. Like, he can't even tell if he's wearing clothes anymore, because, like, it could be that his clothes are soaked red, or it could just be, yeah, that's his skin, kind of thing. So I'm curious if that's the image that you got. I feel like regrew might have been better to say here, but I used return to leave some ambiguity. Though granted, if it was the latter and it just, like, zooped to him, that would be more funny than horrifying. Oh yeah, one of my reviewers made a good point of the ending making it seem like he also is a personification of death, and it does kind of make sense that you think that, because it is talking about death, and in my universe there is another personification of death, and so I can understand why that might be where your brain goes. So I'm curious if anybody else went there. And then so I'm also curious in general, especially if you don't know the universe and stuff, if I was able to successfully get the prompt across, because it is meant to be, the personifications are like gods, they can't die. And so Savion's going, no, wait, you're a god, I'm not. Like, and so this is actually what I presented at the end of the stream last week, where I was like, I have an idea about a character denying it. So it was this idea, and so it is that vein of, like, wait, no, I'm not, kind of thing. Oh no, Aerith's connection is failing. Yes, I did the same motion. Take my hand. Alright, but let's see what folks have been saying. Ghoulish. I mean, it's not more brutal than a zombie film. I mean, no, but have we had zombie films in the writing group? It's kind of hard. It can sometimes be hard to gauge, at least for my end, it can be hard to gauge what's appropriate for the writing group, because I know where my limits are, and so I know how a story that's like, oh no, this was too much for me, this is too gory for me. But I have I don't know if other people relate, but I have a higher tolerance for my own stories than other people's stories, right? I can write about worse things in my stories than I can necessarily read about in everybody's stories. And so I don't know if somebody else wrote this, if I would have been like, that's too much. I don't think so, but I don't know for sure. And so I don't want to be out here reading to you stories that are too much for you guys, you know. And so yeah, I want to know what you guys collectively think is too much, you know. Mark says, yeah, to me it wasn't super brutal, but my bar for that is so high. Very fair. Hellenic says, my bar may be higher than some, but I didn't think it was too gratuitous. Fair. Aerith says, I wasn't uncomfortable at all. Then again, I enjoy horror films and watched most of the Saw movies, so take my feelings with a grain of salt. Fair. Mako, it could have been worse. I don't feel like the focus was enough on the gore / injuries to be too bad. That's fair. Narc says, when it's thoughts like that, I feel like line works well, but that could be because I do it so often. Very fair. They go, well, you established he stole magic. That feels like enough context. Tell me more. Why is him stealing context enough? A lot of old school fantasy is just character did fantastic thing. Fair. Paul Bunyan made a lake into soup and drank it all by himself. True. It's almost mythological, yeah. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Welcome back. Mark says, well, for me, I know how Savion got his powers, so I just assumed he was immortal with those powers. I didn't catch that he's actually a personification until I read the questions. Oh, you mean that... I'm not sure if you're meaning that, like, in the past, you know, you thought he was immortal with those powers, or if you're saying, like, in this story, you didn't think he was a personification, just that he got magic, and so he got those powers. Interesting. And also, so how he got his powers, I think is going to slightly change because of this. Not completely different from what you've already known and read, but slightly different. Mako says, to be honest, Delcrin is the only one to ever seem to have a level of hatred for humans that would lead to this. I'd assume he'd have to be the leader, at least, but most of them seem to be like, okay, anyway. Though some might feel like a betrayal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of like, again, I'm sorry if I'm going too much into this, but to me that was part of it, and that is something that did not come up here. It is how it comes out, that anybody who knows about the dance, basically... they, like, kind of through the grapevine, they found out about the dance. And while he's under truth serum, he does say that he chose it at the dance. And so they're like, oh, so you told the humans under truth serum that you did this on purpose. And so it's not just, you know, him sitting down and being like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I lied to you. I chose this. Or even them finding out by, like, overhearing him talking to his brother or something like that. It's like... they found out because he told humanity. And so I think, at least how I'm seeing it, is that it's kind of like, that whole situation is the animals viewing it like, he's more connected to humanity than us. He chose this, he betrayed us, you know, kind of thing. But you are right that I do intend it to be Delcrin who is sowing the seeds of hatred and distrust. If Delcrin left, you know, earlier, then it probably would not have gotten to this point. Mark says, I personally was caught off guard by the animals' hate because in the other stories they were always like, that's wacky, Savion and his human hatred. Oh, I love that. Mark's, but Savion lying about it, that fully makes sense for the character. Fair. What? Savion finds out he can't die after taking shit in a bar. What's he gonna do? Stab me? Do you mean actually taking a shit or like somebody insulting him in a bar? I assume you mean the latter, but I read it as the former the first time. Interesting. Mark says, I assume Savion is either envy or love. Gotcha.
Yes. Meow. Meow goes to kitty.
Mark says, and it could be because he has such a full arc. I really don't mind Savion being a personification. He does seem very different to the other ones because of how human he is. Gotcha. I love it was good. I was just like, nice, I see what you did there. Nice. I had no words has an entirely different meaning in the script. That's true. Instead of it being like, I have nothing to say, I have no words, it's like, I have all the words, but no room to put them in. Now I'm just imagining somebody with arms full of words looking at a full shelf being like, I have no words. I have nowhere to put my words. Welcome back, Aerith. Mark says, if I didn't know, I probably would have thought he was a death personification. Gotcha. Mark says, wait, did Victor know Savion was a personification when he stopped him from trying to unalive himself? Makes total sense if he did. I'm trying to decide. And granted, maybe I'll ask this too, because it's you brought it up. There's one thing that might clue him in, but I'm unsure if that thing will happen. And so part of the issue is this going to happen? But the options are he doesn't know, and this is him learning as well. Or if he does know, I was thinking what he would probably do is he'd go to Peter and be like, hey, so, we both found out that we were personifications in some not so great ways. I don't really want that to happen to him, because he'd probably find out, like, right after he transformed. And so he'd be like, I feel like this ain't a great time. I feel like he should know. And Peter would be like, yeah, no, don't tell him. But the problem that I see with that is that Savion would feel so betrayed. At least by Victor, and then if Peter knew too, he'd also feel very betrayed by Peter. And so I don't know if I want that, and so I might need to just have it that he didn't know so that we avoid that betrayal. But it would be an interesting dynamic if Savion's like, I'm mortal, I can totally die, and Victor's like, sure, bud, Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Oh, gotcha. This says, I grew up watching documentaries on the worst crimes against humanity in history. You're a long, long way from any sort of line for me. That's very fair. But horrible to hear. I hope that this is not something you grew up watching against your will, because that sounds terrible. Just 199 bits to Encore 2. Nice. Why is it 199? Did somebody give 1 bit at one point? A bit more than that, Ghoulish says. Talking shit. Like, insulting a guy who's arguing with them or something. Gotcha. Yep. How do I hold all these words? Yes. Dictionaries are just word satchels. The fact that you used the word satchel made that so much funnier than if you'd said, like, bag or something. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Does that yeah, that's on... Wait. Jetson says that's Encore 2. Ghoulish says 300 more bits. So I don't know what's going on. Does that mean Scrabble word lists are just bags of holding for words? This is making me think of Jazz Emu has, I forget what it's called, but a song about the word pineapple and how it's just like taking two things that are vaguely related to the concept and putting them together, and he's like, now I have a new agenda to make all words like that. And so then he lists a bunch of hilarious word combos. This makes me think of that. Yeah, the dictionary is just a word satchel. Mr. Noire's Bookworms puts 300 bits toward that story, unless something has changed. Yeah, I think you asked me that earlier and I totally ended up like missing it. But yeah, that would still remain. Mark says, I could also see Victor like, you don't want to go through suicide attempt just to find out you can't die. Trust me on this. Yes, exactly. That would be the other thing that, I mean, that would be part of the whole reason why Victor would not want to tell him, because he'd be like, I had a horrible time learning that I was a personification. That wasn't fun. And I tried to kill myself a lot and it never worked. And he's already trying to kill himself, and he thinks he can actually die. What the hell is he gonna do to himself when he knows he can't die? And then just, like, flashbacks to all the things that Victor did to himself, being like, let's not tell him. That would still remain. Please provide a little more clarity on that. What do you mean? I don't remember where I said that would still remain. Confused. What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're referring to, because I've been saying a lot of things. Pen, apple, pineapple, apple pen. No, it was more like he would call, like, oatmeal morning gravel, like that kind of thing. I saw what you did there. It was good. Nice. In that case, yes, Encore 2. I did not hear Mysten counted 300 bits towards Encores. Yeah, it's a bookworm thing. I also realized I did not go through the private chat, so hold on. Drago, also, I now know that I can send you my more gory stuff, as I wasn't sure what was allowed. As if I didn't already send a story about getting ran with a hot iron, but... See, that's the thing. Like, that's part of what the problem that makes me feel like a hypocrite. That, like, I don't know. Like I said, I can be worse in my own stories than I can with other people's stories. So go ahead and try. Or if you want to, make sure you could, like, send it to me in DMs first and I could tell you. But it's like, can you? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to react. Depends on what it is. That is very fair, Wolf. Yeah, I did not expect it to be a problem for our resident horror boy. Horrible. Drago said, I have no context for stole magic in a kingdom, so I was like, oh, okay, alright. But story hits really hard in context to Heaven Refuge story for Unexpected Gift. And the fact that he's chosen to be human was a big plot twist to me. Oh, yeah! I'll go back to that in a sec. I think the most confusing part to me was the personifications thing. At first I thought that was like, okay, so death feels protective over him. He isn't allowing him to die. And Savion's response is, it's your fault for not letting me die. Only after reading our comments and realizing that Victor is the personification of death, I thought it was more like a god/spirit. And especially after you read on stream, I understood he's like, I didn't know I was an immortal personification before. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I could totally see that confusion for sure. But yeah, that's so wacky that that you've not read all of my stories about Savion, and so if that hasn't come up in recent stories, that makes sense. So that would be a twist that he chose this. That's a great point. And if you want to know more about why he chose it, I can explain in DMs. But I've gone on long enough. Yes, exactly, Kingsmen. My lord, despite our best efforts, we were unable to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. King, drunk AF. Let the horses try. Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. The wolf sent the Humpty Dumpty poem. Yep, he's usually seen as an anthropomorphic egg. Isn't that because of Alice in Wonderland? As far as I know, I mean, I could grab my copy, but as far as I know, like, he looks like an egg in the picture in Alice in Wonderland. The rhyme that Wikipedia claims to be the earliest known version makes much more sense than the absurd idea of a king sending out horses to try and put him back together again. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. 80 men and 80 more could not make Humpty Dumpty where he was before. Gotcha. It doesn't sound as good to me, though, but maybe it makes more sense. Yeah, nursery rhymes be like that. Back to Andy's story. My guess is that Savion is actually the personification of something nice, like innocence or compassion, especially innocence, actually. So, you did not get the exact thing right, so he's not innocence or compassion, but I will say you are right. He actually personifies something nice, which is part of the whole, like, Victor Peter thing, because they both personify something that's not nice, and that's why both of them hated it and wouldn't want to tell him if they know, and so yeah, that is a thing that I like. That he's actually something nice. I've fed to the animals 2 simple lies works really well. I also love the brutal description of not knowing if it's flesh or cloth. But I like horror in general. Fair. Oh, nice. That's correct. The looking glass describes him as like an egg. Gotcha. You said that would still remain regarding the bookworm. So are you saying yes, it counts, or no, we still need 300? Yes, it counts. Yeah. Yeah, like we're kind of like I said, Mysten switched to Cocoon this morning, but was a bookworm when we calculated everything. So the bookworm, I moved him up to the top, but the bookworm stuff would still apply. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I was exactly right. It's exactly 6. So, excuse me. Unfortunately, we do not have time for our bonus, so my apologies for that. But it is now time for the midstream question. So, once again, as per usual, I don't have a question. So if you have a question, then let me know. Also, you can see the light violet next to the actual purple now. I figured Savion definitely personified something nice because it seems like personifications frequently have an adversarial relationship with what their personification of. Yes, I like the conflict. I like the paradox. So I'm trying to think. So last week, because it was about the whole like resolution stuff. I think I can think of I know what I want to ask about, but how do I phrase the question about it? So I guess I'm giving you a preview of my arcane reaction. I won't give you any spoilers aside from I'm going to tell you my personal strong feelings about vaguely the ending. I freaking loved the ending of Arcane Season 2. It was phenomenal. You will see it when I post the video, but I was bawling and jumping up and down. I loved it. Do not spoil it for people in the chat, because I know a lot of people in the chat have not seen it, but don't spoil it. But I loved it. And I was thinking about it, because I haven't actually done it yet, but once I finished the episode, I was like, I just am feeling too many emotions, and I'm gonna come back and do my wrap-up, because, I was planning on kind of saying my thoughts on the show as a whole. But I haven't done that yet, but I do still plan to do that. And I realized as I was like thinking about it throughout the week that like my favorite series, the series that I'm like, this is top tier, this is the best, this is my favorite fandom, don't end as well as that did. And so I realized as I was thinking about this that a lot of stories have kind of meh endings, that it's like, it's about the journey, literally, that I'm like, I love the journey of this show, or this book, or manga, or whatever, but, the end, whatever, like, I'm more so sad it's over, kind of thing. And so, Marx, I loved it too. I had some issues with the path to get there, but it was great. Very fair. So, like, I kind of want to ask something about that, something about, like, how to write a satisfying ending, or something about how you feel about endings in general. And something that I think was particularly unique about that ending, to me at least, the ending was so make or break, because I did not think it was going to go well at all. And I thought that I was going to leave the show kind of disappointed by it, and kind of like, that was so dark and sad. And we're like, okay, well, moving on, I guess. And so I was not expecting it at all. Like, again, you'll see it. You'll see all my thoughts and reactions. I do not hold back from saying what I think in the actual videos. But yeah, so it was very make or break. And so if the ending was bad, I would have been like, okay, I didn't really love the show. But because the ending was good, I was like, might be like, I don't know, like this is up there now, kind of thing. And so, like, I don't know, like, it's just interesting to think about in terms of writing, right? That, like I said, I feel like a lot of endings are just kind of meh. It's just kind of, okay, like, here's the end of the story. And so, but also a lot of endings, I think, aren't that make or break. Because, like I say, it's like, okay, like, it's about the journey. I enjoyed the journey, but whatever, it's over now, kind of thing. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, but I know that people hate the ending, so yeah. So yeah, what do you think I could ask in terms of the ending? Like, do you want to answer a question about, like, how do you write a good ending, or, like, I don't know, I'll start writing stuff down, and we'll come up with something. And the other thing I forgot to say is that I do think something unique about it is that it's a series, because what I'm saying about, like, a lot of endings aren't as good as this doesn't apply to movies, because I think a lot of movies do have very good endings, but they're contained, like, they're self-contained, of, like, this is the entire arc in an hour and a half. It's different with, like, a series like a manga or a TV show where it's like, hey, I watched season 1 3 years ago. I hope it ends well after 9 more episodes. That is a different feeling from, oh, I'm going to sit down for an hour and a half and the endings for that. So that's why I'm using the word series here. How do you write a good ending to a series? Do you think it's difficult? Endings well. Why you find most series endings are kind of meh. I'm kind of repeating what I said, but maybe you can let me know if you don't like these, or you have a better idea for how to encapsulate that in a question. Interesting. It says reading the books as a cheat code for Game of Thrones. It was obvious that the ending would be terrible after the awful season 5 showed that D&D had no idea what they were doing. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mako. That does not sound good. That's interesting. Very interesting, Drago. Yeah, I know what your ship is, and so I was like, oh, I bet Drago loved this. So I'm and that, like, those two characters are why I liked it as much as I did. But that's interesting that overall you're kind of meh about the ending. But yeah, let's see. yes. Okay, oops. No, Christmas Standby. Oh yeah, I think that's pretty readable. The dance scene, bro. I'm trying to remember what the dance scene was. Oh, in the episode before, I'm trying to think how to clarify the characters without spoiling what characters. Oh, not the characters, not the episode before, but the episode before that. Well, okay, maybe I have a way. Nope, this one. This episode. The dance from this episode. Yes, in Happy World. Exactly that. Yes, there's that. Okay, I hear no complaints on the question, so I will let the question remain. But remember, nice. Oh, that's great too. Okay. But let's turn on the tunes. All right. See ya in a little bit. That's a weird song. chiptune. Is that what the previous the previous one was? I think that one is called Oscar Quest. I assume it's a game within the game. Alrighty. He says, for me, a story's ending has to leave a sense of completion. The story's done. No lingering questions should remain except what comes next. Fair. Massa says, funny question regarding this, because I had a discussion about this with friends. The end of a series is the end of a sweeping saga of stories, and the end should wrap things up in the story. The problem is that after the story is finished, some of the characters' lives still go on. And the end of the story isn't necessarily the end of their story. So depending on the series, ending it in a satisfying way is hard to do. This is easier to do with a consistent narrative as opposed to a vignette of related stories involving the same characters, I find. And having said, if the series has a sweeping narrative, the writer needs to focus on the story arcs and the conflict within. Those arcs need to be cleared up by the end. The conflict must be dealt with in a way that satisfies the story and the protagonists. The climax usually involves a conclusive, even ending that brings the conflict to an end. After that, a lot of it just comes down to execution. Sometimes the writing, or even the way the writer chooses to end things, can just seem upsetting to people. That's a really good answer. Great answer. And that's a really good point about that, like, in a series, it's not just, like, in a movie, you could have, like, 3 characters, and that's a lot easier to complete, but a series is a sweeping saga of, probably at least more than 10 characters, if not a lot more. And that's so much harder, like, all the stories told with these characters are harder to wrap up, and all of these characters' journeys are harder to wrap up, and so that does make sense as to why series endings are so much more difficult and often more meh than just like a movie ending. I'll have to think about it more, but like, I do think that in Arcane it was kind of a question, and granted, like, I specifically like the characters who were focused on in the ending, and they were or at least one of them, was the character that I was most wondering how the journey would end, how the story would end. And so I felt like they gave the climactic moment to the right characters, and so I guess that can be a question to ask yourself in the series as well, that it's like, hey, if you have a lot of different characters, who do we give the ending moment to? Because that could make or break things as well. And yeah, great point about the arcs completing and stuff like that. I was gonna say Apophis. Eddie says, I think the difficulty level of the one's ability to write a good ending is directly proportional to the length of the material, and therefore the hype/expectations built over the course of the story. Anything else is entirely a basis of personal taste. Great point. And I also realized between that and Mass's answer that it's that I think a lot of the endings that I'm thinking of there, it's like, I love this series, I love this journey, but the ending's kind of meh. I think there is kind of an element of like, oh yeah, we have the climax, and then we have the denouement, we have the ending, and often the ending is just, oh yes, let's go through all our characters and wrap up their journeys, and be like, and these characters got together, and these characters didn't, and then these characters lived happily ever after, these characters mourned the other character's death, that kind of thing, and that makes a lot of sense as to why a lot of series would do that, because it's like, hey, we have lots of characters, we need to tell people where their journeys ended. But that's a great point of like wrapping everything up and saying like their lives went on, but here's the ways in which they went on, can just seem like, okay, whatever, not totally what I'm here for, I guess. Examples. Game of Thrones is the easy example of the extreme length side of the spectrum, where a ton of seasons and entire books being adapted later, they ran out of ideas, and the result was widely criticized by effectively everyone. Then you have situations that aren't that long, but do still have quite a bit of build-up, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where some people think it let Scar off too easily after he spent half the story being a villain, and at least a good additional one-fourth of the story being an anti-hero at best, a sizable body count behind him. Meanwhile, in Castlevania, the ending to Season 4 is divisive, but it's almost entirely a 50-50 thing, and solely on the matter of how much each person thinks the ending Dracula got was good or not. Some think it wasn't earned, others think it was a breath of fresh air. With that being a pretty short anime, basically just 3 full seasons and a few episodes to test the waters that we now call Season 1. And then you have the complete opposite extreme of the spectrum compared to Game of Thrones in terms of length and hype with comic strips like XKCD or comic flash fiction like mine, where you could just need one quick and effective punchline, and that's it. There are no high expectations, and it's short enough that it didn't build a lot of hype. So there really isn't one size fits all approach, and even if there was one, the response would likely still be varied on personal taste. And I don't watch enough series to have an opinion on the third question. Honestly, though, it doesn't help that a lot of them end prematurely rather than on their own terms. Good point. If you want to avoid Game of Thrones, it's too easy an example. Substitute Lost. This is really funny because 2 of your examples are examples I had been thinking about. So I guess I'll talk about it. But, like, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, like, that's one of my favorite series. That's up there, man. But, you know, and, like, I think the ending works. I think it's fine. But, you know, and I guess this is a spoiler. But, you know, having the entire series be about the brothers, about the Brotherhood, and then the ending being like, yeah, they went their separate ways. They were totally in different countries. I'm like, that leaves me unsatisfied. I don't love that. And that's not to say it's a bad ending, and it's not to say it's out of character or anything like that. It just leaves me going like, huh. Okay. You know, kind of the meh thing. And then for, like, Castlevania, right? Like, that's another one where I'm like, oh, this is one of my favorites. This is up there. But the ending's kind of because for my personal opinions, I think they tried to tie everything up with a bow too much. It was just like, this person got a happy ending, and this person got a happy ending, and this person got a happy ending, and stuff like that. And it's like, and of course, you know, there are some characters who died and stuff like that. But I think for the most part, it was just like, I don't know, it just felt like everything, they were trying to tie everything up with a bow, and it just didn't particularly work for me. I have mixed feelings on what they did with Dracula. My problem is more what Dracula himself didn't do. Let's see how easily I can find my post about it. I don't know, because I don't know what to do about, like, spoilers here, because I could say it. It's not, you know, a huge deal, but it might still be considered a spoiler to people. Oh, not over there. Over here. Yes, okay, so somebody did like it recently. Nope, not that chat. This chat. There you go. Enjoy my meme. Enjoy my pain. But that is a really good point of, like, you know, for me, I'm looking at those shows as examples of, like, these are shows that I think are, like, the best of the best, but I feel meh about their endings. But it's a good point that, like, that's not how everybody feels about either of those endings. Some people, I'm sure, love those endings and don't think that they're meh. So maybe this isn't a universal experience. Yes. We'll say about the GIF that he posted about that. Good answer. Wolf says, I think a good series ending answers most of the big questions the series poses. It ties the themes of the series together and ends on a satisfactory note. The best series I've seen do this is a series of unfortunate events. I won't spoil the 13th book, which is titled The End, but it answers a lot of the questions and connects a lot of the dots in the very beginning of the series up to mysteries posed in that book. I think unless you're talking about really good notes as an author, it's very difficult to end a series in a completely satisfying way. You as the author might forget something, but I guarantee you some of your readers haven't. I think if a series ends in a meh way, it's because they're trying to spread it out and the pacing really suffers. Especially when you were only planning X entries and the company wants Y. Very fair. And that's a good point, like comparing it to Arcane as well, where it's like, there's some element of like, and this character did this, and this character did that. But especially because, as far as I know, they're making more seasons just not about these characters. And so presumably some of the characters where there are questions, they might show up, just not all the characters that we've seen. But that's a good point of like, Castlevania, I think, had more of that, this character got their happy ending in the third to last episode, and this character got their happy ending in the second to last episode, and the last episode is just bing bang boom, a bunch of bows on the present, then that could be part of it for me as well, but in Arcane it's just a boom, there's a really climactic ending for you, and just a little sprinkle of the, and this character did this, and this character did that, Regarding the Scar stuff, as I was saying, Scar is a heroic freedom fighter battling a literal Nazi state. And Wolf says, I don't know, I can understand how you get that reading, but he can also be read as a dangerous religious extremist, vigilante. He's rather complex. Very true, very true. And, I wasn't even talking about the Scar stuff. I guess the Scar stuff for me was like, okay. Like, I don't feel particularly mad about it, and I don't feel particularly excited about it either. It's just like, alright. Yeah, good point, Eddie. I think the point is that his arc is growing from the dangerous religious extremist vigilante to the freedom fighter fighting a literal Nazi state. Good point. Because at first he's very violent and moves solely by desire for revenge, not freedom. Very true. And this is also pointing out how things can be divisive, how some people might like it and some people might not. I won't go too much into that, but yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how much of a spoiler this is, but in season 1 of the sequel series, it has not come up at all. Mako. And that, FYI, is what I'm planning for my next reaction series, is Castlevania Nocturne. So, no spoilers on that one either. I should react to Free Run after Arcane. I mean, that's a thing, right? Because I have the manga for Free Run, and I could put that as, like, in part of my literature channel, but I don't think you can really show manga the way you could react to a TV show, and so I'd probably have to, like, watch a volume and be like, read a volume, and be like, okay, I'm making a video, here are my thoughts, which is not necessarily as exciting as actually sitting down to watch the anime. So I guess I'll ask, do you guys in general want me to react to Free Run, and would you rather I read the manga first or watch the anime first? I would do both regardless. Okay, Nightwolf says, if I'm not mistaken, the people behind Arcane planned 3 seasons for the show, but in the end they only got 2, so they had to rush some things to end the series. Huh, interesting. Yeah, very, very true. Like it says, it's part of what's really cool about Free Run Beyond Journey's End. It's what comes after what would normally be the main story. Yeah, I totally agree. Okay, let's go back up. I guess honestly, I have no idea on how to write a good ending because it doesn't seem hard. Lately, I've seen a few series end in a way so disliked it felt like it was done intentionally. But I've never actually gotten to an end of a series, end of anything I've written, so who knows? Fair. No idea how to answer this, it says fair. Mark says, I'm not entirely sure how to write a good ending per se, but I try to know what the ending I want is, while I'm writing the story, so you can lead up to it in a satisfying way. It's one of the reasons I have so many possible endings. I'm playing with the best pathway to the ending scenario. That's a really good point. Yeah, and that is, I mean, I think others were kind of saying this as well, of like, if the ending is just tacked on, if it's just like, we didn't know where we were going, but we need to end now, then that's a lot less satisfying than like, oh yeah, we planned this from the beginning kind of thing. And I do think that's especially hard with a series because, like, I'm a hardcore planner. I'm always like planning things ahead of time. I don't tend to pants the things I'm writing. But in terms of like the whole series ending, I have no idea where my whole series is going to end. And so, like, you know, I totally get to why a lot of endings are meh, because it's like, despite being an intense planner, I don't know where we're going to be at the end of this. But that is a great thing to do, is have an entire series ending already in mind, so you're leading up to that. And I think you have like a really beneficial situation in that regard. Now, granted, I might be wrong about this, but you know, your character is the horseman of the apocalypse, so you know that the ending is either going to be the apocalypse or what happens after the apocalypse. And I guess that's part of why I'm kind of going, well, I kind of assumed it would always happen. That's not to say I would be upset if it didn't. I think that you could also totally make that work, and maybe even work better if it doesn't happen in some versions. But yeah, like in your case, it's like, it's not just, oh yeah, we have these characters going on this journey and who knows where it'll go, but it's like, yeah, we know who this guy is. He's the horseman of the apocalypse. I see the ending. I see the horizon, you know? And so all you now have to do is make that, you know, that apocalypse satisfying and something that people want to read about. Oh, yeah, it was you who said it. He said, what I hate is when it's clear an ending just popped out of nowhere. Yeah. Whichever, Ghoulish says. Oh, Mako says anime about the free run. Alrighty, Rue. Well, it has been fun. Let us go on to Mysten Noire's story. Oh, I didn't practice. Darn. Well, maybe I'll pull something up. There? Yeah, here it is. Okay. Let's turn up my volume. Okay. Alright, there's gonna be a wackiness in the middle of this story. But as far as I know, we have 2 unlocked right now. Is that correct? Alright. Spring Mist's Lost Edge. Worlds of Development by Mysten Noire. 350 words. I've heard of a powerful player who managed to raid a world all by himself from the player forums. He was known as the Mist God, following his username,
春日迷雾,
which roughly translates to Spring Mist's Edge. He chose to be a spirit and was the first to acquire a class, the Knight. At the same time, he's well versed in the mechanics, as he was one of the pioneering beta players. Some said he hasn't broken his daily streak since he first started. Basically everyone was convinced he was some rich gamer. I wish I could meet and see him in action. Though I'm not an avid gamer, the emergence of Worlds of Rain sparked international interest as the first virtual reality game that allows someone to plug their consciousness within the game. I had spent the whole week fighting for a chance to become a beta participant. Today, though, I came back giddy with my full-dive virtual reality gear's arrival. After school ended, my roommate left the dorm room in a hurry as per usual. Typically, she would be on her way as I entered the dorm. This time, the dorm was quiet, and I focused on setting the game. Within an hour, I was set and ready to link in. And I oh no. And I Met Mist God in my first world? I stared at him. So how do we finish this, Mist God? I could feel my stare making things difficult for him. But he kept quiet, as if he didn't want to turn the voice chat on. I'm so sorry for bothering you as a newbie, and I can't help but adore you from the stories in the forums. I heard your blade can cut through the misty Alfheim and... The voice of the great mist god stumbled out like a young girl's shy confession. Shelley, I can recognize your voice. So, can you also help me think of a plan too? You're the mist god? I'm just... Wait, Zhao Yi? Why is my roommate's voice coming from Mist God's account? I stared at her. Throw those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I'm sorry the cat got in the way. I was trying to either hold her back or just be like, okay, get through, but she stepped on something and made me say, oh no. Oh no, it's Mist God. And I was gonna look up how to pronounce their names as well, because I'm sure there's a special way of pronouncing them, but I forgot to do that. I was gonna practice how to say what I used the Google Translate for, and I was gonna look up those, but I forgot to do both. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Appreciate it, Massa. It is great to have you back, Mysten. Lovely story. I'm so happy that somebody went for the video game version. It's funny because I betcha, because this is, I guess, kind of how I was when I didn't write the prompt intros, that I would guess that when people see the prompt intro and see my examples, they'll be like, okay, so I'm going to do something totally different from that. It's like, this already came up. I want to do something more unique and different and not something anybody thought of. And so you'll go against those. But I love it when people use the stuff from my prompt intros. And granted, maybe, I don't know that Mysten got the idea from the prompt intro. But yeah, you don't have to feel like, you're doing something that's already done, or not be creative enough if you use my examples from the prompt intro. It warms my heart. It's like, aw, somebody liked my idea, Oh no! Oh, okay, you didn't though. This says, I'm here! I almost missed my own story. Oh yeah, so Mysten has a note here. I'm finally back in action. Finished writing this in stream, and I'm very happy to bring this part of the game community up. For those who are familiar with Sword Art Online or The King's Avatar, a Chinese web novel and anime, the world in here is heavily inspired by their genres. So here's a little screenshot of this submission game screen. Thought it'd be fun. Didn't really format it right on my screen, but trivia question: what's your experience in the virtual reality game, esports, or other such concepts within this genre? Or have you ever read about it before? If you haven't, my Worlds of Development series is a series of game and game development stories that you can search in here. Have fun reading. Very lovely. Drago says, I'm going to take a shower. If it happens that my story will be unlocked, please ping me. Aye, aye, Captain. I'm not sure if you're asking what our experience is with actual virtual reality or like this genre of fiction. With this genre of fiction, I have watched Sword Art Online. And Overlord. Overlord is another anime that does this as well. I haven't watched all of Overlord, but I've watched some of it. I do have, funnily enough, I do actually have a virtual reality headset. We don't use it as much. We use just the normal gaming more than that. But anyways, yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, I really liked the use of the video game stuff. I got in a video game, works very well. I think it fulfilled the prompt wonderfully. So for the beginning here, so I don't know that this is the best example, but because it does start at the beginning, I'll just talk about it. That I feel like we're given a lot of specifics and context for what's going on here. but we don't have context for the context. So like in this example of he raided a world all by himself, that sounds pretty impressive. So I think just from that phrasing, I think it's fine because we understand that sounds like a big deal. But at the same time, different video games work differently. And so raid can mean different things depending on, the game. And world can mean different things depending on the game. And whether or not you can do that by yourself and whether or not that's an accomplishment is different based on the different games. Now, granted, it probably would be quite difficult to explain in more detail and bog the story down. So I get why you would not do more than that and stuff. But just a thing to consider, like, that's kind of true throughout the story. Like, for example, like, he chose to be a spirit. We don't really have any context for what that means. I'm assuming it means kind of like when you open up Elden Ring and you get to pick, the sorcerer or the assassin or whatever. And so like he chose to be a spirit and stuff. And I don't really know, because like a knight could be like one of the options on that welcome screen where you're picking your character. It could be nice. Or it could be like, it could be something that you get in the game and it could be really easy to get and he just like was very fast and was the first to get that rank. Or it could be actually something very difficult to get, and he's the first one to get it. All could be impressive in their own ways, but they all mean different things,
Kitty, you want out, huh?
You're so cute. Okay. I don't know if you saw him leave the box. I didn't. Love Overlord 2 might make a villain out of it one day. Nice. So yeah, I don't know if I'm being too harsh on that, but I do think it's an interesting thing to consider, especially because I'm always talking about too much context versus too little context. And I feel like this is kind of a different middle ground kind of thing where you're like giving us context, but maybe giving us too many details about the context. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because when I'm trying to think of what else you'd say, it's hard to figure it out, So I don't know. Oh yeah, so this was the story. This was the other story that had it in it. Where I was talking about with Adrian's that he believed this. And so I'm like, okay, so obviously it's not true then. So this was the other case of it. Everyone was convinced he was some rich gamer. And I'm like, okay, so obviously that's wrong then. If everybody was convinced of it, it means he's not that. So this one's a bit harder. Because like anything I can think of, like if you said, oh, he had to be some rich gamer, I'd be like, oh, he had to be. Well, that must mean he's not,
Kitty.
Yeah, but I don't know that you could say he was some rich gamer because this is a situation where they wouldn't know. So yeah, that one's a hard one because it does have the same effect, but I don't know that you could redo it without the effect and have it work.
Kitty, are you sure you want out?
So let's see. I'll come back to that, I think. Oh yeah, so going back to the like detailed context stuff, I do think that the beta stuff might be a detail that would be better left off because it made me have questions because I was kind of wondering, okay, like how, because I think there are different ways that beta happens. Like, for example, I think Subnautica was out in beta for a very long time and it was just like you could play it even though it was not quite done. And in that case, there would be player forums. You could be famous. You could, be talking about it and stuff like that. But when you say a game is in beta, at least to me, that kind of gives me the impression of like, oh yeah, it's kind of a little hush-hush. Like we kind of have a limited audience for this right now. It's kind of hard to get in, stuff like that. And you do seem to be describing it being hard to get in, but it kind of makes me have questions of like, how is he so famous if it's in beta? You know, how are people talking about it? How are you able to get it? You know, kind of thing. And I think just saying, yeah, it's a game. No Worlds of Rain. This character's a god in it, and I'd like to meet them. I think eliminates those questions and is perfectly fine.
You want in, kitty? Don't you be meowing out there. Don't you be meowing out there. Oh, hurt. The claws are hurting.
And I'm always a fan of, you know, I'm a fan of the genre of, you know, being stuck in a game or just being able to put your entire consciousness in a game. Always a fun thing to read about, for sure. And I guess going along with the convinced thing, the minute that you said, oh yeah, my roommate left the dorm in a hurry as usual, I was like, oh, it's the roommate. it's definitely the roommate. And I think this is kind of the thing that I've thought about before, which is that this kind of situation makes me understand why red herrings are important in mystery stories, because in this case only one other character is mentioned, and so of course it's going to be the other character who is mentioned. And granted, I don't know exactly how you could do it, but if you were able to throw some more characters at me, then I would be, you know, I would have a tougher time guessing who it was. But I'm also wondering why the roommate has to leave, because presumably she could just play in the house like our main character does. I think it would work a little bit better for me if she walls herself away in her room. It's like, oh yeah, roommate walled away in her room as usual. Would make a little more sense to me, as opposed to like, I gotta leave and do my gaming, and I'm like, where are you playing that you have to leave to do your gaming? Because your roommate got in just fine. Your roommate was able to play from the comfort of your room, the comfort of your house, you know.
Alright, kitty.
And of course, it's cute and fun that, you know, that they meet Miss God immediately, that they're like, what? I just got here? Because I do think that could happen. You know, it's just like you're randomly placed in wherever you're placed. And so that's really, really fun and cute.
Cutie. I don't want you mowing at the banister, baby. Are you sure you can't stay?
I do really like the, you know, you're a god, I'm not. I think this is maybe one of my favorite uses of that, because I think it just works quite simply and very well of like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm such a noob, you know, is like, I'm not, you're a god, I'm not, you know. I think that's great, and honestly is something that someone in this position would actually say, you know.
Yeah, come here, kitty. Yeah. Yes. Yes, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
So on the one hand, I do quite like the, you know, oh yeah, he kept quiet as if he didn't want to turn the voice chat on. It's like, I don't want my roommate to know it's me. But that is really cute, and I do like that a lot. But I'm also wondering, if this is a game where your entire consciousness is plugged in, how would that be possible? I don't know if the as if carries a lot of weight, where it's like, no, you can't do that. You can't turn off the voice chat function in a game where your consciousness is in there. But it's as if he didn't want to turn it on, Oh yeah, no, I didn't realize at first that the mist, right? That where to say it? Spring mist's edge, and so the blade can cut through the mist. That's neat. What did Google Translate? Oh yeah, or no, Google Translate says that means spring blade mist, and so like that makes sense of like spring mist edge blade, and so that's pretty cool of like blade edge. That's very neat. I really like the description of stumbled out like a young shy girl's confession. That's great. I'm wondering why Mist God is asking a newbie for help. I feel like for me this would work better as just Shelly, I can recognize your voice, and just end it there. It's like, what? And so, and I don't really know what they're thinking of a plan for. And so I'm just kind of wondering, hey, like, you're the one who has been playing this every day and who can solo worlds. So why do you need help from this noob? Even if this noob do be your roommate. But it is very cute, and I always fun. Oh yeah, so I was waiting, so there. I do think that actually my biggest critique of the piece is just simply the breaks. And at first I was only going to critique this one, but we'll come back to the other one. But when I read this part, it very much read to me like the main character was a gamer, was already playing the game, was like, oh, like, I want to see him in action. I really want to, meet up with him in one of my worlds kind of thing. And so then, like, break, and then I'm not an Navin gamer, and I'm buying the headset, kind of threw me. But I honestly think if you just fully took this out and just had it be, I wish I could meet and see him in action. I'm not an avid gamer. The emergence of Worlds of Rain, like, it would feel more like a complete thought of, like, ooh, yeah, I've heard of this amazing gamer. I want to see him. I'm not an avid gamer, but I'm gonna game now. The flow of that would work a lot better for me personally, rather than going, I wish I could meet and see him in action. Complete thought, end section, time skip. Though I'm not an avid gamer, that really throws things off for me. This one worked a lot better for me because I kind of imagined it was a time skip. That it's like, oh, hey, like, she stares at Mist God, and then they're doing things, and then time skip. Okay, how do we finish this? However, it does say I can feel my stare making these difficult, which I assume is this stare, which means that there isn't a time skip. In which case, once again, there shouldn't be a break here. It should just be, I stared at him. So how do we finish this, Mist God? I can feel my stare making things difficult. I might have a different critique then, because I'd probably be going, what do you mean finish this? You just got here, But that is definitely a question. Kitty boo. I don't know if you can hear him when his meows are that quiet. I feel like this is one of those stories where I feel like I'm critiquing it a lot, but my immediate thoughts were all positive. Like, it was all just like, this is super cute. I love the prompt use. I really enjoy the journey it goes on. So I very much enjoyed it. I guess it's just more general enjoyment, more specific critiques. Right, Key. Just a bit of foreshadowing. I got a rough time with this story because of all the context stuff. That's fair. Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, if you saw my story, I have that problem too. I'm like, how much do I need to include? Can you understand? Spring Mist Edge is a very Chinese inspired name, I noticed. I mean, it's directly Chinese, isn't it? That's why the beta is left in the note instead. I'm not sure what you mean. Subnautica was a playable / open beta for years. Mm-hmm. Ah, okay. There's two types of betas, closed and open. Oh, that makes sense. So I must have been wondering, like, oh, is this a closed beta, but it's an open one like Subnautica? Gotcha. Did you say that? You might have said that. Well, you did say pioneering beta players here, and then beta participant. Okay, yeah, it would be a little weird to say open beta participant. So I guess maybe you couldn't have. It says maybe the roommate is gaming one of those manga cafes. It says, yeah, I plan for the roommate to go to an internet cafe to game. Well, I guess it's still the question of why does the roommate need to go to an internet cafe while the protagonist can game at home, you know? Is it meant to be like, you know, the Mist God loves the game, but, you know, doesn't have the money to buy an actual headset and stuff like that. And the protagonist is richer and can buy the headset, but, you know, is not as good or won't be as good or something like that. There's a perception in Chinese about how games are bad for students who need to focus on studying, the usual. So that's why the roommate is sneaking around. Gotcha. So does she think that the protagonist would judge her? Or does she think that other people would see them? Like, granted, I'm not very familiar with college dorm life, so I might not just not be understanding, but I feel like as long as your roommate is cool with it, like, it's fine. if as long as your roommate's not judging you, it's fine to play games in your dorm. But I don't know if, like, Fred over there is gonna burst into your dorm every day, you know? The Chinese public is very anti-video game. Gotcha. So I it might just be from a very different culture. Well, I just don't understand the level of vitriol for the games that it would be. Yeah, even if your roommate's cool with it, like, not something you're going to be doing at home. This is it. I thought the Mist God is not actually good at the game. Oh, this whole thing is easily explained as not having game friends. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So that was part of the twist, that it's not just that it's their roommate. It's she's actually not that good. Yeah, I think the context is part of what made this difficult, because it just kind of read as like, okay, yeah, I took it at face value. Like, I guess raiding a whole world requires a lot of skill. I don't have enough context to say this, but that's kind of how the story was presenting it, and so I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, there's a good kitty.
So yeah, I think you'd need to, I don't know exactly how you do it, but you would need to do something to show how those accomplishments aren't nearly as accomplished as we think they are, because I just took the story at face value. When the break is all in my head, oh no. Oh, that's fair though.
Kitty, you're so cute.
Oh, now you're going below the camera. Oh, you're precious. Alrighty, room. Good story, Mysten. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed your turn. Let us go on. Oh, I just thought of something that talking about the break and stuff. You could have it be that, you know, kind of a description of, you know, there could be a break, and then the main character could be like, you know, as we played, I was surprised that, you know, Mist God, some description of like, oh, Mist God's like movements were clunky, or, you know, like they missed some obvious shots and stuff like that, and I'm a newbie, and so And so I don't know why I'm getting more shots than Mist God. That's weird. Maybe I just don't understand how this works. And then you realize, oh wait, she's not actually good at the game. That could work. No, let's let the ad play. This is a good time in between stories to let it play. But yes. we will wait.
Oh, do I hear the kitty purr?
Yeah, there's a little purr. There's a little purr.
Little kitty bum.
What is that? Mini mochi dance. Why are we dancing? If you want to play the sentence game, let's start with Myst. In honor of the story. Where's the ad? I don't even see the ad. There it is. Myst floats dreamlessly. Do I have enough cord to put the mic in front of you, Cat? Well, it's precariously placed, but hopefully you can hear him. Myst floats dreamlessly across the... fens. So streamlessly across the fens and Mysten has answered a question, but I'll say it after the break.
Kitty.
Myst floats dreamlessly across the fens and hills of... I got all the connecting words this time. Myst floats across the fens and hills of tiny goblins. Myst floats dreamlessly across the fens and hills of tiny goblins. Is that the end of the story? Is there more to be said? I think that's it. Fair enough, and that there's 2 seconds. Okay, Christmas. No, Christmas. Myst floats dreamlessly across fens and hills of tiny goblins. Oh. Could you hear him purring while the mic was with him? Welcome. Wait. We're Cat Wild Sand. Welcome, because cat is. But Mysten said, yes, the name is different from the Google Translate because of how a Chinese word usually comprises of two characters to give them context. So I use the first character for spring and the second character for blade, followed by the two characters for mists. Sorry for the wall of text. Oh, that ain't a wall of text. You are totally good. Mist is made up of thin fog, while mists used here is made up of fan fog. What is fan fog? A fan is a type of wetland, by the way. I was thinking that's what it was, but I wasn't entirely sure. I appreciate the clarification. Alrighty, Roo. Time for Spectre's story. If you'd like to unlock Drago's story or Azo's story or both, then don't hesitate to cheer during the story and during the praise and critique of the story. Did I hear Fog Wall? Says Foggy Wall. Nice. Yeah, what would Foggy Wall's name be in Chinese? Alright. The goddess and her student. Mortal kin. Maunir. I Spectre. 349 words. Maunir stood, leaning against a tree, watching the birds and animals skitter about, a faint smile on his face. His bliss was only tarnished by the realization of just how cold it was for the time of year. It would be a bad harvest year. Not that it would impact him too much. He was safe in his little bubble, living with the sword goddess Atala. Maunir, the very same goddess, just called him from behind. Come on, break's over. Maunir turned, heaving a heavy sigh, and picked up his wooden training sword. A question had been burning on his tongue ever since he'd started his training with Atala. Why me? He asked finally. You could have chosen anyone from my village. Why did you pick me as your student? Atala avoided his eyes. When she didn't respond, Maunir continued. I mean, you're Atala, one of the Sword Sisters. You've trained heroes for centuries. You only train the strongest and the best, and I'm not that in any way. I don't mentor heroes anymore, his teacher said finally. I don't want to see another one of my students eaten alive by a snow monster or hacked to pieces by an angry mob. I'm through seeing those that survive turn to drinking, gambling, and even darker pursuits. You're a goddess, Maunir replied. I'm just a plain mortal. You'll outlive me by centuries. But you won't die like the rest, Atala said. You want to know why I chose you? I thought you might benefit from my training the most. You mean I was the weakest, he said. And the most peaceful. Atala put a hand on his shoulder. You want nothing more than a peaceful life. A farm or mill somewhere in a corner of the earth you can call yours. No, you won't die in some attempt to seek glory or drunk in a ditch somewhere. But the world isn't kind to people like you. I'm aware, believe me. Maunir's voice was small. I just wish more would value farms more than swords. As do I. Atala released his shoulder. Believe me. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Can I take the sword goddess to dinner? Are you sure you're joking about that? Alrighty, Roo. Spectre's questions. Is the dialogue understandable or too confusing? Are any parts of it too corny? I was very deliberately referencing The Hobbit in some ways. Maunir values a simple farmer's life a lot more than warfare or glory, and his last line was supposed to echo the sentiment of Thorin's quote, if more of us valued food and cheer and song above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. Only battlefield glory instead of gold. Maunir's peaceful nature is a key facet of his character, and directly juxtaposed in the situations he will find himself in. Was that too tacked on? Atala herself has a desire for a peaceful world, very much echoed by Maunir. Did that come across? What do you think of the idea of a war goddess who just wants war to end? For Atala also feels very bitter about her past. Did that come across? 5. Any other comments? The story has been written and rewritten a lot. I just decided to put this version of it down for my submission, so any feedback is appreciated. So I know that you felt disappointed with this story, Spectre, but I loved it. I thought you did a great job with it. So yeah, let's just get started. And then I like the intro. I think the intro is good, and this is especially interesting knowing that he's a farmer. Though knowing he's a farmer, I don't know why it would not impact him. But I like that kind of like, oh, like things are cold. Like this isn't great. This is not going to be a good harvest. But you know, hey, I'm safe with the goddess. I mean, I guess that's it. That it's like once I leave the goddess, it will impact me. But right now, we're good. Right now, I'm with the goddess. And I do like that idea of like, you know, she has her own bubble world that, you know, is that the woes of the world can't get you while you're with the goddess and stuff like that. I think it's a good intro. And then, you know, I think the setting of him picking up his sword, coming over and asking the question he's been dreaming of for a while, all that works. And I think this is a good question and good discussion in general. I feel like if she's a goddess, she probably could have chosen anyone from the world. Yeah, and I love this idea of, you know, you're a sword goddess. You've trained heroes for centuries, and I really like this phrasing of like, you train the strongest and the best, and I'm not that. That works super well, as well as the like, in any way, like all that flows super well. And then her response is great of, you know, I don't mentor heroes anymore. I mentor the sweet little farm boy, you know, that kind of thing. I do feel like some of these things, so, you know, Maunir is probably not going to be eaten alive by a snow monster because he's not going to go seek the snow monster out. He's not going to go seeking for glory and then get killed by a monster. However, he could still be hacked to pieces by an angry mob. Because, like, you know, even if he stays in the village and his only intention is to save the village, then that could potentially still happen. It could even be like, oh, you're weird now. Like, you used to be the sweet little farm boy, but now that you've been with the goddess, like, I don't know how I feel about you, kind of thing. And he also could turn to, like, drinking and gambling and stuff like that. I don't know why exactly he'd be immune to that. Now, granted, you know, it might just be that he likes farming. He likes the peaceful life, so maybe somebody who values that kind of thing is not the same kind of person who's gonna be like, oh, like, I need something to numb the pain, you know, kind of thing. But, you know, I feel like anybody is susceptible to go after that, so I am curious why, for some of these, this would not happen to him. But I do like that idea overall of, like, yeah, I've mentored heroes, and I've watched them die in their battles or come home and become, you know, drunkards. And I don't like that. I would not like to see that anymore. I think that's great. I feel like this sentence is my biggest critique, which is that it kind of comes out of nowhere and doesn't seem related to the rest of the story. That it's just like, oh yeah, like, why'd you pick me? I'm super weak. And she's like, yeah, well, I don't mentor heroes. I'm sick of watching them die or come back drunkards. And then he's like, you're a goddess. I'm immortal. You'll outlive me for centuries. And I'm like, I don't really know what that's related to, what that's a response to. And then I really like the reveal of, like, you know, in the past you might have picked people who want glory, people who've already been training a bit, and now she's like, no, I want to mentor somebody who's actually going to benefit from this, somebody who doesn't know how to defend themselves, somebody who is the weakest in the village. I think that's really neat and interesting and impactful. And I like that it's not just, oh, you're the weakest, you need help. It's also, you're the most peaceful. So it's both, like, physically you're weak, I want to make you stronger, but it's also mentally you value peace. And I too value peace, or at least I do now. And so I'm not just training your body, I'm also in line with your values. I believe in your values. I think that's really cool. And then I love that idea of, yeah, you're not going to die like the others. You just want a peaceful life. So you're not going to die trying to seek glory. I feel like he still could die drunk in a ditch, but, to each their own. And I love that it takes it even a third level of the world isn't kind to people like you. Kind of reminds me of your, soft is not weak story of Solorio, and that he's able to be soft and emotional, but also strong. And so, like, this character is the weakest, the most peaceful, and, a lot of people are into the war and the glory and stuff like that, and they're not kind and peaceful people. And so she's giving somebody who values peace and compassion the means to defend himself and those he loves. And that's really cool. And then I do think it's neat of, like, she's the god of swords, goddess of swords, and, he's basically flying in the face of what she personifies, what she's the goddess of. I wish people would value farms more than swords, and it's cool that she goes, me too, even though it's literally that she's the goddess of. She's like, yeah, I think farms are more important than swords. That's really interesting. This story reminds me a lot of Sokka and Piandao, and because if I recall, like, the sort of thing happened with Piandao, where, like, the best and strongest of the village would come to train with him, and so he's like, I get it, you're the best, and Sokka's like, actually no, and he's like, well, okay then, Let's see. So for your questions, is the dialogue understandable or too confusing? Are any parts of it too corny? The only part that I didn't understand was the "you're a goddess" and what that was in response to. But other than that, it was perfectly understandable, and I honestly didn't think any of it was corny. It worked very well for me. I did not catch that you were referencing Thorin's quote there. I have read that. But yeah, I did not catch that, but I think that it works, I don't think it really felt tacked on to me, especially because to me the climax is kind of showing very directly, like, she's been showing it throughout the story, but very directly having the sword goddess state that she doesn't believe in swords anymore. She believes in what he believes in. Which is neat. Teller herself has a desire for a peaceful world, very much echoed by Maunir. Did that come across very well? What do you think of the idea of a war goddess who just wants war to end? So there is a question here of, is sword goddess the same as a war goddess? I can definitely see the connection for sure. It's like, yeah, you use swords to fight wars, and so it makes sense that these things go hand in hand. But those could be different things, and so there's kind of a question about that. I mean, we just talked about with my own story that my personifications are pretty much always a little bit contrary to what they personify. And so, of course, I enjoy, a war goddess, a sword goddess who her beliefs are contrary to what she's the goddess of. But I am curious how exactly that works, because like with my personifications, I do my best to have it be that through the juxtaposition they actually personify it more. I'm not sure I always succeed, but Victor is spiritual death, and he thinks that he's physical death, and so he's trying to fight that. He's trying to bring death to life. He's trying to bring life out of death. But throughout the whole process, he is spiritually dying and causing other people to spiritually die. That kind of thing. And so it doesn't really seem like, I mean, I guess maybe there's a little bit of that here where it's like, I am training you with a sword so that you have peace, so that you can fight for a peaceful world. So I guess there is that element there of, I want peace, but I'm still fulfilling what I am kind of thing. But yeah, so that's just kind of the question of like, okay, if this is what she is, she's the goddess of this, how does she go against that? How is she able to not believe in war and swords and stuff? If that's pretty much her very essence, you know? Adela also feels very bitter about her past. Did that come across? I'm not sure about that. She seems very, like, warm and calm, and so I didn't really get, like, anger or bitterness about her. It felt more, I guess it felt more like fatigue. It felt more like, yeah, like, I have watched all these things happen, and I'm just tired of it, man. Like, I'm tired of it, and I want something better now. So, like, I guess, like, thinking about what she says about she, like, I don't mentor heroes anymore. I read it out loud, but I do kind of read that as, like, I don't mentor heroes anymore. I don't want to see another one of my students eaten alive by a snow monster. You know, that very fatigued kind of voice, rather than, like, I don't mentor heroes anymore. I don't want to see another one of my students eaten alive by a snow monster or hacked to pieces by an angry mob. I'm through seeing those that survive turn to drinking, gambling, or even darker pursuits. So maybe that's how you meant it to be read, but that's not how I ended up reading it. But that would have read, if I read it like that, that would have been more bitter. And then I think I said most of my other comments. But yeah, I really love, you know, the messages and ideas in the story of just the value of peace and being able to fight for peace and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. I'm not sure how much value there is to talk about, you know, what my dad was saying with this story, because he had some wacky thoughts about this story. But one of his wacky thoughts that I just feel like would be kind of interesting to hear your guys' thoughts on is that he said that Atala didn't feel like a goddess, that she, you know, because that it just felt like a teacher, you know. I guess, you know, he didn't use the example, but I guess like Piandao kind of thing, just like, oh yeah, somebody who's very good with a sword, you know. I did not really get that because, like, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, you told me she's a goddess, so I believe she's a goddess. And there's a vast range of what the gods might be like in fiction, because sometimes they're eldritch entities far beyond humanity, and sometimes they're like humans plus, you know, they're one step above humanity. And so I kind of see this kind of goddess like that, where she's very human, you know, but she has some sort of supernatural power, some reason that she, you know, embodies the idea of swordness. So I'm curious, those of you in the chat, like, which side did you lean more towards? Were you like, yeah, she didn't really feel like a goddess, or were you like, oh no, like, yeah, I believed it. Some gods are pretty human, you know, kind of thing. I guess, I don't know, it's different from the other things I would say, so I guess I'll say more of what he was saying. So he was kind of saying that he didn't really get why this person would be different, that why the outcome would be different, that yeah, you're training him in the exact same way that you did before. Why isn't he a hero? Why won't he go down the same path and stuff like that? I didn't really understand that thought very well, because to me it's very clear, like, his personality, his values, his goals are different. That other people, they want glory, and, you know, like with Piandao, like the kind of person who's like, I'm the best of my village, and I want to train with you, goddess, and I will bring glory to my family. is a very different kind of person. Like, hi, I want to farm, man. I just want to spend time on my farm and tending my plants. You know, that's a very different person. And with the same training, these people will go on very different paths in their lives. Even if they both could turn up drunk in a ditch, generally, these kinds of people are going to end up in very different places in their lives. So I understood it, but like anybody who felt the same, please feel free to weigh in. Where it's like, yeah, I didn't really get why things would turn out differently. I just remembered. I do really like the idea that Maunir's peaceful nature will juxtapose with the situations he finds himself in. I think that's always fun. That's a great thing to play with. And Ghoulish said there seems to be a lack of reverence, I think. Yeah, so that is true, that it's like they're just talking like a normal mentor-mentee situation rather than like, oh goddess, please grant me a favor, you know. Alrighty, let's see if there's anything else to say, but I don't see any more biddies. This says, I think it's more like a fog that permeates. Fan fog. Gotcha. Question, is Atala the goddess of only swords, or does she have more purviews? That's kind of the question of the war thing, where it's like, is she just the goddess of swords, and swords fit under the umbrella of war? Or is it like, no, she's a goddess of war, and she specializes in swords, you know? I like the idea of a war deity who doesn't crave war, but is good at it nonetheless. Atala sounds like my character, Argea. She sounds like someone who values her students. True. Definitely Valkyrie vibes, or Skaha. Interesting. Oh yeah, for the the strongest of the best, and I'm not that in any way. Well, you're not yet. I haven't trained you. That's true. No, throughout history, the weapon of choice for infantrymen was a spear. Yeah, very good point. Ares and Athena are both depicted with spears. And physically die. Yeah, he'll cause everyone around him to spiritually die and physically die. It's true. Weird Cat Wild Sand says, I felt that she has a more platonic, intimate relationship with her students. I felt that she had left the position of deity aside for this conversation. That's a good point, yeah, where it's like, yeah, tomorrow maybe I'll be a deity, but today I'm just your teacher. There is a monthly unlock. Where are we in the month? We do have 1 week left in the month. I tend to like to save my monthly unlock for the last Saturday of the month, but if you guys particularly want to hear Dragos this week, we can do that. Go ahead and vote in the chat. I don't know when we're going to be doing the Christmas story, so here's the thing. So, the review deadline is Tuesday, and midnight on Tuesday. So, I say in the rules that it's up to you guys whether or not it becomes a contest. So, if it becomes a contest, it's probably going to be more work to figure out who the winners are than 3 days, and so probably if it becomes a contest, then it would be not next week, but the week after. So I think that would be February 1st. But if it's not a contest, it's going to be a lot easier to figure out which stories are going to be read. And so I could probably do the Christmas stories next week if it's not a contest. So, and I can, I can keep you updated on what the situation is and stuff like that. So, but that's where my brain's at right now. That's why I said it could be either, because it really depends on where the reviews land. It depends on what happens with that. Dessa says, I vote for Drago's story being read. And Drago says, well, I'd like to hear my story. Do we have any other votes? I want to get more votes before I go on, because of course Drago wants their story to be read, and I know that Death said mostly wants more stories to be read, because it is always hungry for more stories. But I have no idea what stories will be for next week, and if I'll be like, I'm dying, give me another story, Okay, Mako says, I'm fine with it. Mad Straight says, read Drago. And Weird Cat Wild says, dragon stories. Alright, that's enough votes for me, then. Alrighty. God of the Depths. Stupid Sexy Dragon by Drago. 350 words. Dragon stood before the entrance of the old mine. His head was twice as high as a human. His massive tail swung frantically. Scales glittered in the last rays of sun reaching him. His heart was pounding. A giant mountain ridge casting shadows on all those meekly creatures. Like him. He needed the blessing of the deepest of earths. He never had a connection with the sky. No wings, no flight. Crawling on earth like common filth. Gorgeous dragon, in the face of the mountain, he was no better than a worm. God of the depth, allow me the passage, he called. The mountain was breathing, wind howling and wheezing, quieter and quieter with each step. Warm, moist insides of the dark stone maw, it was swallowing him whole. His scales were slithering across the walls, hallways made him crawl, little dragons so tiny. Little dragons so unimportant. The darkness engulfed him, the only light coming from the faint glow of his scales. The drops of water on moist walls and floors. Tiny parasite going through the blood vessels of its host, hearing its gigantic heart. He coughed as the dark coal dust clogged his nostrils, intruded on his throat, stuck to the mucus in his lungs. Those were the black tears of the giant, carved from its flesh, dripping on all who dared to enter. Tons of mountain hanging above his head. Soon could this be his deepest grave. God of the depth, allow me this prayer. The deep rumble shook the earth. A shiver ran through his spine. Enormous pressure crushed his skull. A high-pitched sound rang his ears, deafening. He bowed his head so low and fell so hard on all fours that scales on his belly rubbed the ground. Throat tensed. His mouth felt dry. God of the depth, I've brought you a gift. The rumble stopped. He might have a chance to get out of this alive. Our spirits were slain. I am to your aid, as surely the gods of Fire Order will come for you next. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I have a question. Can we edit our Christmas stories? I need to edit some sentences. I would usually say that, the deadline is the last time that you can edit, but I know that there's some wacky stuff going on with your story, and especially if it's just like grammar and sentence stuff. I'm fine with you editing that and fixing that kind of thing. It's more so like after the deadline you shouldn't be changing like an entire section of how the plot goes and stuff like that. But if it's like, oh, I missed the word the, like, yeah, you can add that in. You redeemed on-screen celebration, but I don't see the on-screen celebration. Alrighty, Rue. I think there's a note from Drago. Kitty cat. Inspired, true word count through 50. Inspired by the feeling you get when you enter the mine and realize the only thing between you and tons of rock and stone are constructions created by mere humans. Also, I was definitely writing this story with kind of a poetic-ish cadence in mind. Can you feel it? Yes, this is the stupid sexy dragon from all of our stories. Less cocky this time. And yes, the title and name of the god is a reference to fear and hunger. Oh, I missed it because I was reading. Oh, that's too bad. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I definitely think that you, at least I'll come back to the constructions made by humans thing, but I definitely think you captured that vibe of like the mine is pressing in on you, the cave, you're in the cave, the tunnels, it's all pressing down on you, kind of thing. I think that you did a great job at that. And it kind of reminds me of the mines in Elden Ring, because a lot of them have the boss be a worm, you know, and so it makes me think of that. You're redeeming another celebration. Am I supposed to be seeing it now? Because I can't see it. I can't see anything. Is it supposed to be confetti? Is it supposed to be like one of those purple things? I don't know. I don't see anything. And I do really like the So first of all, I didn't realize that this was because when it said dragon, I just kind of was like, okay, that's its name. The dragon is the applauding dolphin emotes swarmed the screen. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that. Was it my entire screen and I just didn't see it? Huh. So I just thought, because it didn't even say the dragon, but rather dragon, so I kind of assumed that was the name, and I was thinking, oh, this must be like a different dragon from the Stupid Sexy Dragon universe. So it is very interesting to know that it's him. So I feel like either naming him or saying the dragon would work better, but it worked fine not knowing it was him, but knowing it's him does add some interesting context, because yeah, he does seem a lot less cocky, and so I would guess that he is younger in this story. But I did like the kind of humility in this story, I guess, and whether it's intentional humility on his part or he's being forced to be humbled, you know. But either way, it is interesting. And those are some of my favorite lines. You know, all those meekly creatures, ... like him. I think that's great. I like you. I don't know I know you've said this outside of stories. I don't remember if you said it in stories, but I like mentioning how, like, yeah, he doesn't have wings, so he needs help from the earth. I think that's cool. This is definitely one of my favorite lines, if not my favorite line. Gorgeous dragon in the face of the mountain. He was no better than a worm. Especially because dragons often are called WYRM worms, and like I said, in like Elden Ring, they're worms. And so I think that works very well. And I like gorgeous as an adjective there, of like, yeah, he's this amazing, gorgeous dragon. But now that he's in front of the mountain, he's just a worm in the passage. I think that's really cool. And I really like the repetitive, you know, God of the depth, allow me passage. God of the depth, allow me this prayer. I think that's part of the poeticism that really worked. And it drew the story along in a neat way. And I really like the description of the mountain was breathing when howling and wheezing. Beautiful, beautiful description there. And then I really like the little dragon, so tiny, little dragon, so important. I do think you could have done that a little bit more, that if you had something up here of like something dragon, da-da-da, and then at the end of the paragraph, gorgeous dragon. And then these ones, yeah, so I think if you did like at least one of those in every paragraph, I think that would have been even cooler. But I do really like those. I really like this image of a parasite going through the blood vessels, hearing its gigantic heart. That's great. This is also a great, horrifying, claustrophobic image, but also one that like makes perfect sense for what's going on here. I do feel like there's a bit of a disconnect, because at first I was gonna ask like what black tears are we talking about, and then I looked at it again and I was like, no, you said what it was. You said it was coal dust. Why was I confused? And I realized the reason I'm confused is because dust is very dry, tears very wet, and so those things don't really compute to me. I feel like something like breath, that if the coal dust was the breath of the mountain breathing on him, you know, kind of thing, that might work better for me. And of course, like, the image is beautiful. I do like the, you know, both images are beautiful. They just don't quite fit together for me. I do feel like crushed is a little too definitive of a word here, because I definitely was like, oh no, he's dead! Especially because I didn't realize who this was. I was like, our character is gone now. I didn't realize it was like, oh no, it's just like, oh, it feels crushing. It's just like, yeah, there's a lot of pressure here, rather than like, the skull was crushed, you know? I do think if you just said crushing, that might work better. I might still have taken it too literally, but at least it would be, we're in the process, but he's not dead, you know? I do like the image of his scales rubbing against on the ground, getting, you know, lower and lower kind of thing. And it does make a lot of sense for him to be like, I brought you a gift, and then the god to be like, oh, gifts! that totally feels like how both gods and dragons can be at times, or it's like, ugh, you want something from me? Really? I brought you a gift. Oh, presents? You know, that's great. So I do think that my biggest critique for the story is the ending. And I know this is going to be a really frustrating critique, because I did hear that this was added on. But we'll come to that. But, so the whole, like, the story starts with the premise of, like, hey, he has no connection with the sky, so he needs the blessing of the earth. And so, like, okay, like, we're coming in to get the blessing of the earth god, I'm with you. And like what he's saying here of like, allow me this prayer is in line with that, saying, hey, I brought you a gift. Like I said, it sounds like, I want something from you, but I brought you like a sacrifice. I brought you a gift, you know, before you give me something. And so it feels very contradictory for him at the end to be like, I will aid you, mountain god, because the gods of fire are coming for you. It seems to totally contradict what has been going on. Now, it's possible that this is the mountain speaking, but if it is, I really needed that clarified, because only the dragon has spoken, and so I assumed that it was the dragon talking. If you said, I am for your aid, that would have helped. Oh, okay. I guess I am to your aid reads like, to me, minion, like, you know, I'm here to aid you, rather than I'm here for your aid is like, I'm here for something, like, there's a reason I'm here to get your aid, I'm here for your aid. However, even if you had changed that, I think I still would have had the confusion, because surely the gods of fire order will come for you next. Sounds to me like the dragon is saying, hey, Mountain, the gods of Fire Order, they're coming for you. I'm here to help, you know, that kind of thing. Um, um, and I heard that this is originally where it ended. And unfortunately, that would have worked perfectly well for me. Because just like this feels climactic to me, of, you know, a climax, a cliffhanger of, hey, I need your blessing, I'm gonna pray to you, I brought you a gift, oh, gifts. And like, sure feels like he's gonna die, it's crushing in on him, and then when he says gift, then the mountain's like, oh, I'll hear you out. And Jur is like, okay, maybe I'll survive. Like, whew, maybe I'll survive this. All right. And it's kind of a cliffhanger of like, ooh, you know, what's he gonna ask for? What's gonna happen? That would work. That would have worked very well for me personally.
Kitty.
Oh, cat. We don't need to find and replace. Oh yeah, and part of the issue of the ending is that in addition to it sounding like Jur is saying, I'm gonna help you, after the whole story seemed to be, you're gonna help me. But it also introduces two new elements. Our spirits were slain. Whose spirits were slain? How are your spirits slain rather than your bodies? The gods of Fire Order. Who are the gods of Fire Order, and why are they a problem? So, two new things that weren't introduced at all are introduced at the end, and so I'm kind of left going, I don't know what any of this means, and part of it seems to contradict. Let's see. Oh, okay. So to talk about, well, I mean, what were your questions? Oh yeah. So the poeticness. So, putting aside like the writing group rules and everything like that, I like the poeticness. I think it's very beautiful, and it was very enjoyable to read. And so I did like how it was written. I did like how it sounded and how it read, and I think the poeticness added to the crushingness of it in a way that it's the whole story is basically going for a vibe. Like, even without reading your note that that's what it was intended as, I would have gotten that. I'm like, yeah, the story, it be a vibe. It's less about the plot than it is about the vibes. And I think the poeticness adds to that and stuff. The only issue I have with it is that there is a rule in the submission rules of no poetry, that it needs to be prose. And this one threads that line. I felt like there was enough that was not poetry that I was like, okay, like, there's stuff here that very much seems like it's meant to be stanzas in a poem. However, like, you know, this line doesn't follow necessarily the same, I mean, granted, I might just not be knowing, but it doesn't seem to follow the same cadence as, you know, these other lines, and it doesn't rhyme on every line. There's some parts that seem to follow a different flow, and so I felt like there was enough there that was prosy that I could let it through. But that is a question, and from the way you wrote your note, I don't think this was intentional, but I was guessing that the reason it's partially poetic, but not entirely, was for that reason of like, I don't want to be disqualified, but I'd like to add some poetry in here, you know? And I do feel like having the whole story be more poetic and just, you know, letting it be disqualified might have been a boon to the story, or, you know, having it be all prose might have been a boon as well. I'm not quite sure, because there is a little bit of a disjointedness of like, oh, this part's poetry and this part's not, you know? But, you know, that's kind of me being harsh. That's kind of me focusing on the rules. Just looking at the story as it is and enjoying it as a story, I quite like it, and I quite like the poeticness to it. But yeah, absolutely, I can feel it. And like, there are simple ways that you could keep the poetic language, but make it feel less like a stanzas in a poem, which is just to change how it's notated. Oops. Like, let's look at this. Okay, so yeah, so the mountain was breathing when howling and wheezing, quieter and quieter with each step, more moist insides of the dark stone maw. It was swallowing him whole. Yeah, I think that would have worked perfectly well. And because it's not line, you know, line with an incomplete sentence, that way it reads less like a poem and more like, oh yeah, like even though there's poeticness to it, even though there's incompleteness to the sentences, it's still a paragraph, it's still prose, you know, so that could have behooved you in that way. Alright, so let's look at what folks have been saying. Wolf said, did you write this in epic poetry style in choriamb meter? So maybe everything was in a particular meter, I just didn't know it. Though Drago said, in what? So maybe not. For the lack of those, honestly, I need to remember how important they are for English-speaking people. It was kind of, I don't know, the seemed so important, but you're simply a critter compared to a mountain. Mountain doesn't care. Yeah, this might be hard to explain, but I get why I would have that vibe for a non-English, for English as a second language speaker. I'd be like the king, it's a big thing. Which it can be that, but the is also just like, it's so weird because, because something that comes up a lot in these stories, I might just be confusing things more, but something that comes up a lot in these stories is that, and I wish I remembered a specific example, that early on it will be like, oh, I'm trying to think, because all the examples I can think of would actually work fine. Like, basically in some stories lately, there has been like this thing was introduced, and tends to mean this was referred to before, and so like, yeah, we know this thing, it's the thing, but it wasn't referred to before, and so we're kind of left going, what do you mean this thing? I might remember a story it happened in. Let me see if I can find that. Oh no, not that. Oh yeah. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Write it in my notes. This is such a specific example that I just want to find it, but okay, well, I did find the right story. Okay. So I don't know that this is the best example, even though it's the one I thought of, but from one of the stories last week. Miss, do you know what you're doing? Anna said, as the poor woman looked at her with eyes of distress, as the wriggling dark thing was smiling, no doubt full of self-satisfaction for trashing the church. So, the poor woman works fine, but the wriggling dark thing, I think was the thing I had issue with, because it's like, what do you mean, the wriggling dark thing? We were not introduced to a wriggling dark thing before this. Why is there a wriggling dark thing? But the thing is that the dragon would work fine, and so I'm realizing the rules of it are more complicated than then I was thinking, like, the dragon would work better, and better than just dragon. So I feel like I set out to help, and I just made things more confusing. Drago saw the emojis. You are simply a critter compared to the mountain. It doesn't care. Also says, a tetrasyllabic meter, a poetic pattern characterized by 4 syllables in sequence of stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed, stressed. It's very common in Greek epics, especially the Homeric epics. I'm very surprised if Drago did that on accident. If Drago did the whole thing in that meter completely on accident. I was going with the vibes, like reading it aloud to make it sound nice. Yeah, it did sound nice aloud. I had a problem with crushed fur. I had, at first had pressure was building up, but I really needed to cut off words. Gotcha. Yeah, pressure was building up would work. Also, you forgetting the makes sense. Articles aren't really a thing in Slavic languages. Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, no articles. I just squeezed so much stuff, so little words, I wasn't sure where I should add. Fair. I even had a reason why he was going there written, but I had a problem of event happened, time skip, let's go to the mountain. I've written a story that contained a haiku before, so I get it completely. The Flurmuller. Are you talking about the stuff? It's like, the Flurmuller. What Flurmuller? We weren't introduced to Flurmuller. Worst thing about articles, they waste word slots. Very fair. Oh no, I have no word slots. Is that in relation to the Flurmuller? The Flurmuller! Oh, that's just Richard. He's squatting in the gas station bathroom until the rent in his dimension goes down. What is that from? That's delightful. A dragon would work fine too, yes. I feel like it would still not give us a good clue that this is Jur. Maybe that's why I like because when you say the dragon in the stupid sexy dragon universe, it refers back to the dragon that we know of in the universe. But a dragon is just like, okay, any old dragon. However, it would fix the issue, regardless of which article you picked, adding any kind of article. It fixed the issue of it seeming like dragon is their name. From an old project between a couple buddies. Nice. But yes, very, very fun story. Good, but also horrifying and claustrophobic vibes. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is, I'm not anywhere close to done, but I finally started watching The Mystery of Erebos, and this totally reminded me of when they go to see Rex Igneous. Yeah, totally fair. Totally fair, totally forgivable, Drago. That's great. Station 31, an interdimensional gas station where people can cross over to other dimensions. Amazing. Alrighty-roo. Well, it's time to announce the prompt that will either be for next week or the week after, depending on what happens with the Christmas stories. Alrighty. Alrighty-roo. Hi, friend. A friend unrelated to the writing group just messaged me randomly as I'm drum rolling. Okay. In third place, we have a tie, each with 14 votes. And that is understandably tied. Unexpected Angels and An Unexpected Savior. I'll talk more about why both of those showed up in a second, but very, very fair tie. In second place, with 21 votes, is A Stranger in Need. Definitely a good prompt for the charity ideas and everything. Not our winner, though. Our winner, with 24 votes, is A Breath of Fresh air. All right. So first of all, hello, Ad. Let's actually snooze that this time. So first to explain what happened with the prompts. So so when the prompts are late, when things are late, so how to explain this? So if I, do the suggestions for prompts at 3 on Wednesday, then on Thursday at 3, then I should be making the poll, and that works perfectly fine. But once you hit 6, I'm gonna have trouble making the poll. I'm gonna be busy. And so that actually ended up happening where I ended up putting up the suggestions late, and I don't think it was as late as 6, but I ended up forgetting to do it at the proper time. And so then we were starting to hit that time. And I had critique group to do at night, and so I was super busy and distracted, and I was just gonna try and do the polls in the middle of critique group, but then I realized there were some issues with some of the prompts. So our top winner was "Not All Wanderers Are Lost." I really liked that prompt, and I especially liked it because we were just talking about it the stream before. However, I didn't really think it fit with the vibe of, like, we're doing a charity stream for the LA fires. That doesn't really seem to fit to me, and all of these things were discussed and proofed with the council. It wasn't just me making these decisions. But it's like, okay, so that I think that one maybe shouldn't go through, and also, I think because it was first, I think I'll do what I did with putting the romance back in necromancy and let it go through next time. So that one can go through next time. So I was like, okay, so I'll just take the next 3. Fire Can Burn Love, A Breath of Fresh Air. Oh no. Rebuilding from the Ashes. Well, multiple people submitted something along the lines of Rising from the Ashes. I'm not remembering the exact phrasing, but we had a prompt that was exactly that. It was Rising from the Ashes before, and I was chatting with the council, and we were like, yeah, I think Rebuilding from the Ashes is very similar to Rising from the Ashes, so that's basically a repeat. And so the next one was Ashes of Victory. So Ashes of Victory could mean there was a great victory and now we have ashes. We're picking up from the ashes of that. However, my first thought and some other folks' first thought was victory is in ashes. And I don't think victory is in ashes is a great prompt to use for the charity stream and the thing that we're trying to do a charity stream for. And so that's why so many ended up getting removed. And so then that meant that Unexpected Angels and then An Unexpected Savior both ended up getting through right next to each other. But anyway, so there's your explanation for why that happened. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. But anywho, so I'm personally very happy with the prompt that won. Rarely do I arrive at the prompt poll and see or I guess, make the prompt poll, though in this case, Aerith helped. Everybody thank Aerith, because it was in the middle of critique group, and it was all a big kerfuffle, and I was struggling to figure out how to get it out, and Aerith helped, so thank you, Aerith, that was super helpful. So rarely do I see the prompt list, and I'm like, that's it. That's the one. But that's exactly how I felt with A Breath of Fresh Air. I'm like, you are the one, and I'm glad that other people felt the same way, because I don't know, it's just the right vibes in my opinion, that it's like, yeah, like a fresh air, after after the fire or away from the fire, stuff like that. Somebody providing fresh air during a fire. Like, I think it fits with the vibe of what, you know, we're kind of talking about and going for, but but it's not like directly having fire in the name of the prompt. And so I think it worked, and it's very hopeful, you know. A breath of fresh air is, you know, a relaxation, a release, a calmness and stuff like that. And so I think that prompt really does exactly what I was looking for. So I think that was a great one. Oh, interesting. That's terrible. That said, I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that. I am. I don't know. I don't know if I should ask because I don't want to you know, get into downer territory, but it could be helpful to know why that would have been an issue for you. Because the reason I didn't nix this one is because I saw it as like, yeah, like physical things can be burned, but, you know, the love that you share with your family remains. The love with your friends, you know, the love from people across the world sharing love with you, like, that is not something that can be burned in the fire. And so I saw it as, you know, hopeful and stuff. But if it's not something that other people, especially people who've been through this, see as hopeful and stuff, do let me know. That'd be good to know for next time. Harriet says you're welcome. But yeah, so, you know, just kind of going to what I was saying, like, you do not have to use there's the ad. Well, I have a cat, but she's on the counter, and if I move my computer, she may get upset. She might move around and stuff. Let's see what the stream chat is up to. I mean, yeah. Are you saying love is in like a person, that like a person you love? Yeah, that does make sense as to a reason that prompt should be nixed. If it's like, yeah, fire can't burn the concept of love. It can't burn the love between people, but it could burn someone that you do love. So that is a fair point. And I see that that Wolf has noted where this prompt came from, but I want to wait to read it. No, don't follow me with the camera. No. I guess while the ads going, I'll talk about something unrelated to anything. Just that. So my family and I are currently dog sitting my dad's friend's dog, and how do I ingratiate myself in? How do I get myself into the good graces of a little chow? Because she's so cute and she's so sweet, but she doesn't seem to like me, and it's so weird because like I'm, you know, my mom calls me the cat whisperer because multiple times I've like gone to people's houses and they have a cat, and this cat like doesn't like people or is not very nice to people or whatever, and the cat will form a bond with me very quickly, or you know, come up to me and very quickly, and stuff like that. And so I was like, oh, okay, so she's like, this is a dog that's a lot like a cat, like she's kind of skittish and afraid, and so yeah, you just gotta like give her space and be calm and, you know, be gentle, let her sniff you and stuff like that, and give her treats and announce your presence and all these different things. And I've done all these things for a couple days now, but she still growls every time I come downstairs. And my parents My parents say that, like, it's probably because, like, I spend my time upstairs and she's downstairs and stuff like that. And, like, I totally get that and stuff. But, like, within a day, even though she was super scared and just as skittish around my parents as she was with me, now she's, like, totally fine with them and lets them pet her no problem and stuff like that. But that's not happening with me. And so, like, I don't know if it's just, yeah, you live upstairs, so she's not gonna like you. But I hope not. I want to, you know, be able to get into her good graces like my parents did. So if any of you know, how to ingrace yourself with a chow with a cat dog, do let me know. I mean, like, so is it just that so Ghoulish says they're very picky about the people they're close to. So is it just that I was not picked, that, like, you know, it wasn't anything either of my parents that did? She just decided, okay, you're good, and decided I'm not good? Wolf, oh wait, let's see. Norman says, I assume about the no fire can burn love. I downloaded that prompt in large part because it just felt corny and the fire aspect felt a little forced. I get that we were going for something relatable to what's going on in LA, but shoehorning fire into prompt felt a bit insensitive. Yeah, that's fair. Wolf explained, so this prompt actually came from a personal experience when I was 13. A wildfire started in my area. While my home was never in danger of burning and the fire was extinguished quickly, the smoke from said fire lingered for a week or two. It got so bad my family would make an excuse to get out of the house and not having to breathe that smoke. And that relief from the smoke is nothing compared to the relief we can contribute to next week with the charity. Gotcha. Nick, I'm so sorry that you went through that, but I'm glad that your house, you know, wasn't in danger. Yeah, that makes it an even better prompt, that you actually went through an experience with this topic in your real life, and this came from that. That works very well. So like, I'll start with fire images, but of course you do not have to use fire images, and maybe you shouldn't. Like, it's kind of hard to navigate if it's like, oh, maybe we should write stories about this because it's on topic, or it's like, no, it's insensitive to write about this topic. So do your best to, you know, just pick what you feel works the best. But yeah, it can be exactly what Wolf was describing, of like there being smoke in the air and getting away from that, you know, sort of thing. But it could be, it could just be more of a metaphorical breath of fresh air, that a character is super stressed and are burnt out and they finally get to have a vacation. A person could be a breath of fresh air to somebody, that it's like, oh yeah, like I'm so glad to see you, you know, you're such a comforting presence. It could even be that, because that can kind of be that expression of, oh, you're a breath of fresh air after the last guy, you know, that it could be, you know, somebody in retail is dealing with a person who's not a breath of fresh air, is dealing with a person that's not great, and then the next person comes up and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, like I have this like return to do or something like that. And then they'll be like, oh, your return is easy. You're a breath of fresh air compared to the last guy, you know. That kind of thing could totally work. You could write about, you know, maybe like a dystopian society that who hasn't had fresh air in years, learning to bring fresh air back, or for the first time, you know, they get to have fresh air back, or something like that. It could be, you know, I don't know, planting trees or tree growing in a place where there's not much fresh air. That tree is providing that, or will provide that in the future. Yeah, that could be a way to use the prompt as well, rather than it being, oh yes, thank you for the breath of fresh air, but rather be like, we don't have clean air today, but I'm doing this thing to provide steps to providing fresh air for the future, for my descendants or whatever, you know. Like the Lorax movie where they have canned air. Oh yeah, it could be that. That could be a darker take of like the only air you can get is like canned fresh air, that kind of thing. The prompt reminds me of the opening scene from Breath of the Wild. Which opening scene? Like the scene where he's coming out of the resurrection goop, where he's running out, to the edge of the cliff. Sort of thing.
Oh, hi, cat. Hi, kitty.
Hello, baby. I was thinking Spaceball since they also did the canned air gag. Oh, it's been a while since I watched it. I don't remember the canned air gag.
Oh, kitty.
But yeah, you could do more of a sci-fi piece where, you're breathing the air on the ship and maybe landing on a planet, for the first time in a long time, kind of thing. Yeah, coming out of the Resurrection Stein as it pans to the overview of Hyrule. Gotcha. Yeah, so, of course, like, as always, you can write lots of different stories, but stories that are super dark and hopeless and stuff like that, I might end up avoiding for this particular stream because it's meant to be a charity stream. We're meant to be, bringing hope and everything like that. So I guess write hopeless stories at your own risk. But yeah, so if you're not right on the stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the backup queue, and the writing group voice chat. You can submit whenever. It's first come, first serve, so you can just start submitting to the backup queue now. And it's a good time. There's a lot more back and forth discussion on voice. Where's my garbage? You can submit your story to read it to everybody. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk and hang out. Whatever you want to do, but it is a good time. Oh gosh, I don't know that I want to say that. What about Mr. Rogers? What does that have to do? Yeah, who do you guys want me to raid? Who's available? Who's doing stuff? Our friend Steelhelm77 is streaming. Nice, that's good with me if it's good with everybody else. I really need to, here, maybe I can just do it now while we're waiting. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. Oh, yeah, that's why. It's because I can't tell where it is. Okay. Where? Oops, not that one. Okay, a little bit. All right. Let's try it like that, maybe. Okay, and then we can turn it back on. It still messes with the moon. There you go. It's probably... Oh, no. It's a little to the side. Well, hey, maybe that is a little bit better on the moon. You think? Maybe? Oh, but now the cloud's messed up. Yeah. Lopsided moon again. But now we have our Christmas tree back. Alright. Steel helm is good. Okay. Cut the moon. Alright. Oh yeah, you said it's Steel helm 77, didn't you? Alright. A raid has been created. Wonderful. Alright. I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with for next week. I hope that you all experience fresh air. I hope that you all breathe in fresh air for next week. But yes, see you later. Bye bye.